time to Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, we are here. I'm Andrew Salciunas. To my left, my man John Kincade. And yesterday was a very, very, very interesting night into the psyche of the Philadelphia sports fan, specifically the fan that's been going through the war of watching the Sixers play basketball over like the last 10 years, Johnny.
Yes.
Maybe I should say
that
decades.
is a decade. That's very good.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say 10 decades, but it kind of has felt like that.
You haven't had to live it like I have, so your math is a little different.
At least you got to see a championship. Oh.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the parade.
Yeah.
I was there for that parade. How about that?
Yeah, I was.
It was
fun. My parade was getting to the finals once.
I was 18 years old. It was a good parade.
So the Sixers hosted the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, and they lost by 20. And that's not a surprise. So last Friday, Johnny, you and I were talking about it on the show, about how the Sixers were going to lose that game last night.
Yeah, I mean, and neither one of us are surprised or upset about it.
No, and Embiid's out with injury.
Correct.
Maxey's out with injury. Paul George will be back, it seems like, tomorrow. Nick Nurse basically made it clear that
he's having a press conference.
There shouldn't be any ramp-ups, right? Paul George ready to go off of his suspension tomorrow night against the Bulls when we will be there on knockout night. And who knows? We'll see what the status is of Joel Embiid. We know that Maxey's not going to be reevaluated for another week. 1 week from today is when Maxey will be reevaluated. The reason why we bring up the fact that we knew they were going to lose the basketball game, we even spent time on it yesterday when we were sort of looking ahead to the schedule, because the Sixers are fighting for a spot that would be one of the top 6 in the Eastern Conference, which means they would not have to play in the play-in tournament. We also did the same for the Flyers as they try to make a push for the playoffs. They have a big game tonight that we'll talk about. So we knew that they were going to lose yesterday. No surprise.
And we're not complaining about it.
But obviously, there was a storyline with that game last night, and it was the return of one Jared McCain.
We may complain about this, so just be prepared.
So this is going to be a really, really interesting day with us talking it out as a show, talking it out with every Sixers fan. So the caller yesterday, his name was Mike. Remember, he called in. He said he was going to the game, and on the comment section on our call screener, it said that he was wearing an Oklahoma City Jared McCain jersey.
Which we both said, no way.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Neither one of us would do that despite understanding his desire to protest.
He ended up tweeting the show because, remember, his call dropped.
Absolutely.
He tweeted us a photo of his OKC Jared McCain jersey. And what he said was, last thing I ever want to do or be doing, or I thought I'd ever do, is wear a jersey of the other team at the Sixers game. Ownership made me do this. Blame him, not the Sixers fans. It's a necessary evil to someday before we die so that we could party down Broad Street. So that's how Mike felt going into last night.
And I understand I'm not going to rip him for his decision. I'm going to say I would never do it.
Nope.
But I'm not going to rip him because I think it came from a place where he thought he was doing something good.
Well,
I don't believe he was. That's my own opinion of the assessment of what he did. But I am not going to rip him for it because I think it came from a passionate place.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And sometimes we make passionate decisions that aren't the best.
Well, Mike wasn't alone yesterday. Now, I don't know how many OKC Jared McCain jerseys were being worn by Sixers fans.
If you watch the broadcast, I saw at least 4. At least 4. Because even before the game, I saw at least 2.
Sure.
Before the game started, I saw at least 2.
So last night during the game,
yes,
Jared McCain checks in to applause.
Distinct applause.
Jared McCain is becoming like a figure of we're upset with the organization. He has become that.
Like you're saying like a poster child.
Yes. Like, all right, this is the guy that we are going to continuously talk about some of the mistakes made by the Sixers. Sixers have made numerous mistakes. You also pointed out yesterday, Daryl Morey has made some very good moves. But this Jared McCain, a lot of it is recency bias.
Correct.
But this Jared McCain move looks worse and worse by the day.
It is when national news outlets, sports outlets, have graphics that talk about everything that he's done since he's been traded, we're being mocked.
Yeah.
We're being mocked because of it. Now, Daryl's honestly the one who's taken the most bullets. He's the one that's being sort of mocked.
Deservedly so.
Yes.
He made a trade with the belief that he was going to make another trade the next day. It did not happen.
Correct.
I understand that they still have those 4 picks readily available for this summer, and maybe they use it to acquire a player, but that does nothing for anybody when their emotions come out after the Sixers trade Jared McCain, and then they don't make another move after that. And this, not that long after Joel Embiid called out the organization.
Right.
This was before anybody was hurt. So don't tell me, oh, well, he did it because Embiid was out. No, Embiid was still playing, right? Tyrese Maxey was still playing. So Jared McCain is becoming, to your point, the poster child of what people are saying is wrong with the Sixers organization.
He is frustration. He is the voice of the frustration.
Yeah, trading away young talent. Not giving young talent the opportunity. And this isn't just a Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse thing. This goes back to Doc Rivers, right? Doc Rivers was the one that refused to play Tyrese Maxey, and look at what has become of Tyrese Maxey. This goes back to even Brett Brown when he did not want to play guys like Rashawn Holmes because Amir Johnson was a great screener, according to Brett Brown. The organization over the years has not really given young talent the opportunity to fully grow because they did the process. They got their players that they wanted. They thought that Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons would push them to this championship contender level. And instead of continuing to grow, it was, all right, we need to get the last piece, right? Let's go trade for Jimmy Butler. Let's get Tobias Harris. Let's give Tobias Harris a max contract. Tobias Harris over me, right? You're doing all these things. You're making all these big splashy moves because you finally got your young core in place. And then they sort of escaped letting the young guys develop. Look at the team they lost to yesterday.
Yep.
That team hit on their young players in the draft. It's why tanking does work as long as you hit.
They did 2 year. They did not do what the Sixers
because they hit quicker, and you know what else they've done since then?
But they didn't do what the Sixers did.
They've continued to allow young guys to continue to grow and blossom.
That is correct. They had continuity.
And the Sixers have never had that. So last night, this is where it gets interesting in terms of the psyche of the Sixers fan. We're talking about a team that going into last night was a half game out of the 6th seed, right? Fifth seed. Half game out is the fifth seed. They could have jumped 2 spots if they pulled off the magical victory. We knew that they weren't going to win last night. But going into it, man, they pull this one out. They could be the 5th seed if Toronto loses. Toronto won last night. So
Toronto won. Hawks won.
So now you lost.
So 2 losses last night. But we expected this.
Yeah.
So we're not complaining about that.
Here's how it sounded. Jared McCain in the first quarter on the court. We'll start with the first, but he hits back-to-back threes, and listen to the reaction behind the great voice of Tom McGinnis.
Thunderball, McCain to Williams. Jared to the corner, 3-pointer in the air, rimming good. So McCain pours it in. The Thunder is 10 of 13 from the field. That's their second 3. Jared McCain from the near corner. It is returned here to Philadelphia.
I didn't think that was an overwhelming, like, people on social media were making it like it was an overwhelming cheer.
TV broadcast caught it a lot more. Maybe we'll grab that later.
I didn't think it was an overwhelming, like, watching it, I did not think it was an overwhelming cheer.
Well, that was one. Here was the second.
Here's McCain again on the left wing. 2-man game with Williams. Fires for another 3, and this one is on the mark. He's feeling it as he drills a 3 from the top.
That, to me, was an impressive, much more impressive, effort.
Even if it didn't sound like Bedlam at the bank, it shouldn't because he doesn't play for the team.
That's
but that
correct.
is a crowd pop of Sixers fans, Philadelphia sports fans, cheering the opposing player hitting back-to-back threes. And, Johnny, I usually hate doing this stuff.
What are you going to do?
I can't blame him.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Because we don't solicit each other's opinions to talk about how we're gonna take it. I was worried today on the way in, Connor. I didn't tell you before. I was worried that was going to annoy you.
No,
I was worried because to me, I believe everybody who cheered last night, everybody who let their frustrations be heard, was completely justified. But to me, like, I wouldn't go as far as to wear the opposing team's jersey or anything like that.
Right, of course.
But I understood that frustration, and I felt it. and I understood it. I was worried because I know how frustrated you are, and I know how big a fan you are.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were frustrated by the fan reaction, I was not going to rip you. I was going to disagree with you.
Sure.
But I was not going to rip you. But I was worried that you were going to – I was worried because I did not know where you were going to go, and I was worried that you were going to rip the people for that because I was going to say – don't you feel them? You obviously felt them. You felt it.
I can't blame them, and it's interesting.
You can't blame them.
I go back, what was it, 11 years ago it happened, 10 years ago, when Chase Utley returned with the Dodgers.
Which was ridiculous.
And he gets the standing ovation when he first comes up the bat. That
was fantastic.
But then he hits the grand slam.
That was stupid.
And everybody at Citizens Bank Park gave him a standing ovation. And I ripped Phillies fans for doing it. Now here's the thing, though, Johnny. Like,
that was dumb.
That's another. You knew they were going to lose that game. They were bad. They were a bad baseball team. There was nothing to really celebrate for. Maybe I'm getting older. Maybe I'm getting wiser, and maybe some things don't impact me the way that they did 10 years ago when I was young and spry.
So soft.
But what's the difference?
It's terrible.
Yeah, but if anything, this Sixers team still has something to play for.
Jared McCain. Well, first off, the difference. Jared McCain and Chase Utley is completely different. Chase Utley is a Phillies legend. And Chase Utley in a game, you give Chase Utley all the love in the world. When he comes back this summer, you give him all the love in the world, all the respect, and we always do. To me, he's freaking awesome. Like, tremendous. But you don't cheer against your team.
They did last night.
You don't. And I think the thing is, you don't. I understand it. I don't agree with it. As I told you, I don't agree with it.
Oh, okay.
I don't go to a game and cheer against my team. I don't mock my own team. You want to mock your team? Then go for it.
Wait, so are you upset with? Or
No. I said, I understand it.
Okay.
I would never do it.
Okay.
I would never participate in it. But as I said to you today, if you were going to be, I would never do it. I understand how someone's frustration gets to that point. I do. I would never participate in it because I am never going to root against my team. Never. And I'm never going to mock my own team by cheering when my team falls behind at home. Like the Chase Utley thing was stupid. It was stupid. I'm not going to root against my own
What would you call
team.
last night stupid?
No, I'm going to say is last night was inconsequential. You weren't winning that game. It was an inconsequential. It was more of a, hey, Daryl Morey, take notice.
But I could also tell you that the 2015 Phillies weren't really winning many games at that point either. But
what did they end up winning? What did they win?
Probably 70,
78, 76. I don't even know. I can't remember. It was painful. It was a painful year.
So last night, I'm curious to hear from people at 610-632-0975. If you were there, did you take part in cheering when McCain first checks into the game? And I think that's okay. He does that. But then the back-to-back threes.
And again, I don't have any problem with that.
Neither.
I don't have any problem with when Jared McCain checks into the game. If you like Jared McCain here, when he was here, and I did, I have no problem with you giving him an acknowledgement. None at all. But once the game starts, he's trying to beat the Sixers. And I don't cheer for the opposition to beat the Sixers.
But I don't blame anybody who, after the second three, because what you just said is what it's all about. It was a message. It wasn't so much we love Jared McCain so much that we're going to cheer for him when he hits a three, right? The Chase Utley grand slam, that was a beloved figure for over a decade in Philadelphia. Whereas Jared McCain's was here for 5 minutes, right? He was here for 5. He played 20 games, got hurt, then comes back and barely plays again because, for whatever reason, Nick Nurse couldn't figure out a way to get him on the court. But Jared McCain does not reach anywhere near the level of Chase Utley in terms of let's cheer for an opposing player. If anything, it was the message that the Sixers fans were able to send to Joshua Harris, who's on the court, or Daryl Morey up in the booth, wherever Daryl Morey watches the game. Now, you can't go back and make the trade. Like, the trade can't get wiped away. The trade is a trade. It's there. He's gone. And that's what a lot of people try to say to us on social media or on YouTube. But my thing for the people that say it's over, it's done with, just get over it, that lets people off the hook.
Yeah, you can't let them off the hook.
And last night was an opportunity for Sixers fans to not let certain people off the hook. And I'm kind of happy with the reaction that he got yesterday.
Look, I understand it. I would not participate in it, but I understand it completely. I absolutely would have given Jared McCain a nice warm welcome, and I never would have said to Sixers fans, pump the brakes on the reaction to their disgust. But I'm not participating in it. I'm never going to do anything where I'm going to root against my team. Just not going to do it. I'm not going to I'm not going to go to a game and put a bag over my head.
Oh, they won 63 games that year. The Chase Utley year. So
I am not going
and I'm
there
was nothing else to cheer for.
Yeah, but you cry me a damn river. After what you had just experienced. It's like you're acting like they had just been through wandering helplessly in the desert for 100 years of losing. They had just been through a magnificent period, and now you're having a few down years. Cry me a damn river. Wow. Like, give me a break. You're rooting for your opposing team, and mocking your own team sucks. That sucks. Mocking that is bad. Now, cheering for a basket being made. Look, I understand it. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't do it. That's just me.
By the way,
but I understand the frustration big time.
And I knew we'd get reactions like this. Money Mar on our YouTube chat. Can I please, all caps, never hear Jared McCain's name and his riveting 13 points ever again? Shaking my head because he scored 13 points last night. Would that not be a nice thing to have off your bench every single night? Oh, I think the Oklahoma City Thunder like having that off their bench every single night.
The Sixers would not be in the play-in tournament right now if they had kept Jared McCain.
Since he joined the Thunder, he is shooting 44% from three and is averaging 12 points per game. That is called a sixth-man type of player. The Sixers
could have used one, eh?
They could have.
Yeah, they could use a guy like that, but who knows? No, just get him away. And but you know what though? I can understand why the Sixers wanted to get rid of him. He's old because oh, wait a minute. Well, he's got no upside. Oh, wait a minute. He has upside. Yeah, but they didn't need him. They were overloaded at that position. Oh no, they've been really beaten up at that position. They could have used him. In fact, they screwed this season up as far as their seeding, because they gave away a player that they didn't need to give away. That was a completely unnecessary move.
Unnecessary move.
So if you're tired of hearing about it, it's because of the fact that this organization did something so ill-advised and so short-sighted that they're being mocked around the NBA for good reason.
It just made no sense. You can climb in. Were you a part of that last night? And your reaction to it, right? We just played you the 2 threes back-to-back in the first quarter. The crowd pop after the second one
was distinct.
Yeah,
that was distinct.
And that's with specific microphones where you're not supposed to get drawn out by the crowd noise, right? So it was probably even louder if you were in the building. What's your feeling about Sixers fans, right? It's not like there's a big OKC community that lives in Philadelphia, right? So it's not like that was – so you know how Eagles fans travel and you can hear them through the broadcast? I don't know how many OKC Thunder fans there are in the Philadelphia area, and I don't know how many do OKC sports trips and fly out to Philadelphia to watch the Thunder.
I don't think in the middle of a week, no.
I don't think that happens. So that was Sixers fans cheering. Your thoughts on that?
They were derisive cheers.
632-0975.
They were derisive cheers, but good. But again, I totally understand the frustration, and I get it. I wouldn't do it, but I get it.
I was okay with the Sixers fans last night, and I wouldn't do it either. I'm usually completely anti. I usually mock. But last night, that's more of a
I get it.
message to the front office more than anything else. And I think that was an important moment last night during what has been just
oh my gosh,
a rocky road for over a decade with the Sixers. All right, Sixers last night, Flyers tonight.
Okay.
You keep on saying it.
It's Game 7 tonight.
Game 7.
Yeah, tonight's a Game 7 because you're playing Columbus. You're trailing Columbus by 5 points. You have a game in hand. So you have a chance to win tonight and get down to 3 points with a game in hand, which really just pulls you almost neck and neck. But you can't let Columbus get a point tonight. So you got to think of this as a NHL, like a win this in regulation. Don't let Columbus get away with a point. I was just at the Columbus game 2 Saturdays ago. We went to the game, had a great time. But you do not want Columbus getting out of the building with a point tonight. That's the mission critical tonight. Get out of there with a regulation win tonight. Dan Vladar joined the Unfiltered yesterday. Seems they seem to understand the mission of what has to be done. Got to take care of business tonight, and it's a big game. It's the biggest game the Flyers have played, regular season game the Flyers have played in a while, which is exciting.
Yeah, it's great. Like,
That's exciting.
Tonight's a 7 o'clock. Coop will be done T-ball practice, and it's going to be yo, buddy. We're not watching
You're not watching Bluey.
Whatever the hell he's into these days because it changes every other day. We're watching Flyers hockey tonight at 7 o'clock.
He'll be into it, right?
He will be. Yeah, he's been into it all season, but,
Good.
Tonight's a big one.
It is a big one tonight.
And, Johnny, I love the fact that we can say that.
Game 7 tonight.
Like, we're getting hyped up for a Flyers game in March. When's the last time that happened?
It is. How about this? It is a lot less likely you make the playoffs if you lose tonight. If you lose in regulation, it is a lot more likely you make the playoffs if you win tonight in regulation.
So yesterday we asked you, Sixers, Flyers, where's your viewership level moving forward? Let's focus on the Flyers. Is tonight a lock-in night for you? And I'm curious to hear more so from the people that aren't locked in every night, right?
Right, exactly.
Are the casual fans in tonight? 610-632-0975. Now, coming up next, what did Nick Nurse have to say about Jared McCain before last night's game?
This is priceless.
It's exactly what you want to hear if you were upset about the trade.
Yeah, it's priceless.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, baseball season. Oh, man, we're talking Flyers hockey, must-win game tonight. We're reacting to the crowd cheering for Jared McCain last night because the Sixers are trying to make a push for the playoffs. We're about to start a new season of Phillies baseball this Thursday, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is letting you choose your own reward for opening week. Betting customizations that transform how you experience the game. You can make your choice, and the reward will be ready for you to use on your next MLB bet. You know that FanDuel is the home of home runs, so there's going to be the home run bets. You're going to bet Kyle Schwarber. Does he go yard on opening day? We've seen that before in the Phillies. But what I like to do before the season even starts, so I'm going to have to really start doing my research today and tomorrow. I really want to do my year-long division winner parlay. It's where I pick the teams that I think will win every single division, and then I also do a little bit less with some of the teams that I feel very comfortable with. So I might not do all of them on one of my tickets. So however you want to play your game, you can do that on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. In-game action before the game starts, futures bets, you name it. Head to FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB's opening week. FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. Got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers fall in McCain's return. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers fell to the Thunder 123-103 last night. And Jared McCain's return to Philadelphia. McCain had 13 in the game. VJ Edgecombe did have 35, but not enough to overcome all the injuries the Sixers are currently dealing with. They'll be back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m. That, of course, is our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout night. The Flyers have a gigantic game against the Blue Jackets tonight at 7 p.m. Huge playoff implications for them as they face the team that's third in the Metropolitan. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Phillies are officially heading north after finishing up spring training yesterday. Their season begins on Thursday against the Rangers at Citizens Bank Park. Dave Dombrowski met with media, and he talked about the rookies that made the club out of camp, including what he's expecting from Justin Crawford.
Crawford has done very well for himself. He's played well in center field. He's contributed from an offensive perspective. Again, he's going to be ninth in the lineup most of the time, but we like him a lot. He can fly, so he's had a good camp, and he's earned the spot.
We got everything you need ahead of opening day right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And Amy Fidel will join us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. This update is brought to you by WeatherBug. Get the fastest local alerts and accurate 24/7 forecast with WeatherBug. It's easy to use so the weather never takes you by surprise. Download the free WeatherBug app today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
This hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
All right, it's 6:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic last night. Jared McCain and the Oklahoma City Thunder in town. Sixers lose by 20. No surprise because half the team's unavailable for the Sixers. But Jared McCain makes his return. Gets the nice crowd pop when he first enters the game. But then he hits back-to-back threes. Connor got the TV broadcast. Is this Phillies broadcast? All right, this is how it sounded last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
McCain, a little give and go with Williams. McCain from the corner for three.
Got that look for Andre. He's going back, letting him know how many that counts for.
All right, that's the first one. So you could tell it was definitely.
Yeah, the first one was definitely good.
It was louder on the TV side.
Maxey's face was better.
Yeah, he.
I'm sure the Sixers love that.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
I'm sure the Sixers organization loves Maxey's
The play that you're
face.
talking about was the very next possession for the Thunder where Jared McCain did it again.
Hugs, smiles, special handshakes for this guy pregame. McCain, back-to-back threes.
That's a crowd pop.
That was a crowd pop. That one was a crowd pop. That was a much more impressive play to me, too.
That's in Philadelphia.
It was wild.
Where we are very passionate, right? Very, very, very passionate. And we will go to war for our teams. But if you piss us off, some fans will let it be known. And last night, a lot of Sixers fans let it be known yesterday.
All right, Daria is one of our listeners.
Hello, Daria.
Daria listens every morning. She listens until 6:45, very specific.
Okay.
Because she's going into work, and she is in advertising.
Okay.
And she tracks social media, and she tracks Q ratings of athletes and everything.
Okay.
She heard the comment that was made about, I hope I never hear Jared McCain's name again. She wanted us to know, since Jared McCain has left the Philadelphia 76ers, he has been a top 5 trending player on socials in the NBA. So it's not just us talking about Jared McCain. He has become a player that the NBA is talking about.
Yeah.
People in all parts of the country are talking about. He is a top 5. She says if you go by a lot of people think the Q rating is outdated. If you go by Q rating, he is probably now worth 3 to 4 times as much in advertising dollars to potential sponsors.
How about that?
Just since leaving the Sixers.
Just since leaving here. Now, a couple comments on YouTube, and we appreciate our YouTube audience, even though a lot of the times you just disagree with whatever we have to say. That's the beauty of sports talk. So 32 on our YouTube chat.
Steve Carlton is listening.
They are ignoring the fact that we're getting the same production from Cameron Payne. Cameron Payne, of course, they acquired a couple weeks after the Jared McCain trade because they needed to, because injuries happened and they needed another guard off the bench when they never needed to do that if they had Jared McCain. Let me ask you something. All right, and I'm being serious as possible. The next 3 years, who's going to make more of an impact in the NBA? Jared McCain or Cameron Payne?
Cameron Payne was acquired from where?
Where was he in?
Serbia.
Serbia.
Yeah.
Does Cameron Payne have any value in the NBA because he was playing in freaking Serbia?
No.
End of discussion.
And over the next 3 years, Cameron Payne will be 32, 33, 34.
Correct.
Jared McCain will be
that's silly.
22, 23, 24.
Come on, that's silly.
So I'm glad that you're a big Cameron Payne fan. Good for you. I don't know if the Payne jerseys are flying off the shelves just yet.
I'm guessing they aren't, but that's, hey.
But you can get one. And look, I don't hate campaign. I love a couple of years ago.
You were a big campaign fan. You were getting on the Sixers for not knowing how to use campaign.
Hell yeah, man. But there's a difference between where he's at in his career and what Jared McCain could be.
House of Pain. That's what they're calling the Expo these days.
That's just being contrary. That's just being contrary.
Or it's always defending the teams, because that happens.
Because that doesn't make any sense.
All right. Last night, before the game, everybody wanted to hear this. This is not to the level of LeBron James saying I knew Kobe was going to have a big night that night when he scored 81, because that's just LeBron's the best. I knew there was something.
LeBron is he's
psychic. A prophet. He's a prophet.
He is.
Man.
He's psychic.
This was Nick Nurse before the game yesterday. So before the fans cheered for Jared McCain hitting back-to-back threes, this was Nick Nurse before last night's game.
You know, and I might even have mentioned it sitting up here one night was the 7 for 11 nights coming. Mm-hmm. Right? It just was, he still was kind of dragging that knee brace around for quite a bit of the time and coming off the hand injury. And I do think he was affected by that physically for a long stretch, but I thought he was coming out. Like I said, I was expecting him to start getting back to his, big streaky nights where he really gets it going and can score in bunches. Yeah.
How much do you guys, miss some of the spacing that he provided and some of the stuff that he does on the floor, some of his strengths in this game?
Yeah, I think that, that shooting and scoring, is you're always going to miss that. I think his work ethic and his attitude in general, as well as missed. He's like, you guys have heard me say he's a tremendous person, worker, and competitor, right? It's always good to have on your team.
It's always good to have on your team.
Yeah, it's great.
He was expecting this. It's, again, LeBron. LeBron knew that Kobe was going to drop 81 that night. I wonder if he knew that Adebayo was going to score 83 a couple weeks ago. Nick Nurse was expecting for him to start getting back to his big streaky nights where he really gets it going and can score in bunches. And he was talking about how because he was still getting over the knee injury, which, all right, that's fine. If you thought that he was still being hampered by the knee injury and that eventually he was going to get past that, that's great. How come you did not sit down with Daryl Morey and say, "Hey, this is going to start working soon"?
We think this is coming. This is coming. He's getting better. I can feel it.
Unless he did, and Daryl Morey pulled rank and said, "Hey, I've got something bigger in the works," and that didn't happen.
And it could be.
That could be.
And I don't know who to.
And we may find out, Connor. We may find out. To your point, we may find that out someday after Nick Nurse leaves the organization.
Right.
Which could very well be, because we know about Daryl Morey's fascination with old players, that he was trying to maybe make a deal for an old player.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't shock me at all. Mortgage the future for some old guy.
Yeah.
That wouldn't shock me.
And Nick Nurse just has to deal with it. But then again, I also know that Nick Nurse wasn't playing him. So
no, Nick Nurse wasn't playing him, and Daryl Morey was not telling Nick Nurse who to play.
Yeah,
right.
Andrew, I'll say what you were about to say, right? I don't know who to blame here.
Yeah, because maybe Daryl Morey goes, all right, Nick, are you playing this guy? You got Tyrese Maxey, VJ's exploded onto the scene, right? Like this kid's, we really hit on this draft pick. Quentin Grimes, we value more than Andrew Salciunas does. We like Quentin Grimes a lot. All right.
Did you think he said that?
Maybe. Maybe my name was mentioned. I don't know what they say in those meetings. Are you going to play Jared McCain? If I can get a first-round pick and more picks for a guy that you're not going to play, should I pull the trigger? Maybe Nick Nurse said, yeah, he does not have a spot on this team. Then that's a Nick Nurse problem. Or, to your point, Johnny, if Nick Nurse gets fired after the season or whenever he's no longer the head coach of the Sixers, there's the story that comes out from Ramona Shelburne that Nick Nurse never wanted Jared McCain traded, and he fought tooth and nail, according to sources, that he didn't want him traded, and Daryl Morey did it anyway. We don't know.
No, I mean,
and we won't find that out.
That's funny, is Connor, I didn't even think of that, being the option too, is that there could be that maybe Nick Nurse said, hey, let's get him in, and Daryl said, nah, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm thinking of. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm so bummed out by it.
Yeah.
Watching the young man play, watching what. Now, do I think he's necessarily going to be like an NBA All-Star type of player? Who knows? What I do know is this organization needs more players like him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd rather have more talent like him.
Why did we love VJ like 5 minutes into his tenure with the Sixers? Because he had a great personality, and Embiid loved him, right? Like, remember that? I still remember the first night. Right. When Edgecombe has the big night, and B's got smile ear to ear.
And they loved McCain, though.
Yes.
Like, McCain was loved. It just is so short-sighted. The whole thing was so short-sighted.
It was a misread market.
There's another level to all of this where Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse were both wrong. I don't know why I haven't really thought about articulating this yet, but remember the rumors that popped up as to who the Sixers were targeting with that next move.
Yes.
As potentially Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard was the name that a lot of people were believing.
Daryl Morey loves those types of players. We've seen that in his time here.
Nick Nurse won a championship.
Yeah, the reason Nick Nurse's name is Nick Nurse in the NBA is because of 1 year of him having Kawhi Leonard. I'm not trying to take anything away from him as a coach.
No.
But
Right,
that was the dude.
Because the next year, Toronto still was a 3 seed without Kawhi Leonard.
I think he's a good coach, but that was the dude that made Nick Nurse who he is that season.
You would imagine that there's a great fondness.
If I'm Nick Nurse and you tell me you could get that guy back on my team, I'm not going to say no.
Yeah, he may have wanted it. The problem is, once you don't get it done, you misread the market.
Right, but I'm just saying
that's a Daryl Morey problem.
Blame-wise, there's a lot of stuff that's weird here.
And look, one day the story will come out.
Yes.
Right? It's going to happen at some point.
Oh, it's going to come out.
All right, coming up next, we'll check the Davis Honda text line. Your thoughts on Sixers fans cheering for Jared McCain yesterday? I had no problem with it. I'm usually against that stuff. I had no problem with it yesterday because it wasn't that they were cheering for Jared McCain because they love him so much, even though they do. It was more so a message to the front office. And they needed to hear it last night. 610-632-0975. By the way, if you're upset with any fans who cheered McCain last night, what about some of his old teammates? There's a lot of love going around the Xfinity Mobile Arena yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Got something to say about Philly? 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 6:47 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. It's a Tuesday, which means 2 hours with Amy. Amy will be in from 8 to 10. She was at the Xfinity Mobile Arena yesterday, so curious to get her thoughts in person of the Jared McCain reaction by Sixers fans, the message that was clearly sent to the front office with the fans that were cheering on Jared McCain when he hit a flurry of threes in the first quarter, obviously when he got checked in as well. It wasn't just the fans, though. You know, before the game, VJ Edgecombe, all smiles, seeing Jared. A lot of players, all smiles, seeing Jared. Post-game, all smiles and hugs with Jared. And how about during the game? You mentioned it, Johnny. The second three that we played where there was the even louder crowd pop by Sixers fans, Tyrese Maxey's sitting on the bench, and he's kind of leaning back. And he's side-eyeing.
He rolled his eyes. He did an eye roll. He did an eye roll.
You felt.
That would have gotten me smacked as a kid.
Yeah.
The eye roll.
Yeah, my sister was big with the eye roll.
Oh, Betty would have smacked you. Like, so I don't know if I don't know if Mama Chunas did that. My adopted mom did, but Betty smacked you. You did an eye roll, you might get smacked.
Yeah.
And so that was a smackable eye roll from Tyrese, but it was clearly a message.
Yeah.
He's watching that going, what are they doing?
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
All right, let's check first the poll. I saw Dr. Robbie Donapella yesterday. He was in the hallways.
Really?
I was like, Doc, thanks, man. Our polls are strong 4 hours every morning.
He didn't really need to hear that in the hallway.
No, he didn't. He knew that because he knows his work. Dr. Robbie Donapella, Iron Mountain Men's Health, it was me, him, and Jim Antez. I just talked to him for like a couple minutes. And I said, all right, thanks for everything.
That's good.
Our polls in the morning may be stronger than afternoons. We're not sure yet.
Well, I think so.
But we'll see. What do we got?
Speak to that.
All right, so we're on a bit of a different run than what we normally are with our polls in the morning. Normally, we were on a hot stretch of very tight ones. Now, we have 2 blowouts the past couple of days. Our question today, are you okay with the Sixers fans that cheered after Jared McCain's back-to-back threes last night? 81% of responders saying yes.
81%. Now, it's interesting because, again, scanning our YouTube channel, we'll check the Davis Honda text line here in a moment. Our man Mopar, I love Mopar. He says, you might think the way they're talking about this guy that he's a Philadelphia treasure. I almost need to say forget his name. All right, forget Jared McCain's name. A young player
that you gave away for nothing.
And didn't really give the chance to see what could he become. Stop me if you've heard that before with the Sixers.
Stop me if you don't see the Sixers' reaction. Mm-hmm. If you don't see the Sixers themselves' reaction to it.
Yeah.
What do they think about it? Can you see? Can you just observe it and see what Tyrese Maxey thinks about it? Just like it's obvious.
It is. And
they're looking at it going, this is stupid.
And oh, by the way, it's not hard to look at the team that beat you. It's the team that did sort of what you did, but they hit a lot quicker. And oh, by the way, Isaiah Joe's also on that team, another guy that you just,
we're good.
We don't need this guy.
No, we're good.
And he just goes out there and bombs away and shoots 40% from 3 for the Thunder.
The benefit of the doubt that the Sixers get defies logic.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It defies logic because it's as if people are just going to double down on, just keep feeding me garbage, and I'm going to keep slopping it up.
I don't think
give me a bigger serving.
I don't think that's it. I think there's a lot of people that have gone over the top with the Jared McCain stuff. And I think there's a portion of this fan base that's like he's a good player, but he's not as good as people are reacting. And I don't think they're seeing the side that you guys just articulated about it's not McCain, it's the organization.
Yeah, it's another young player. Right, it's another young player that they moved on from, and it has been and you mentioned Morey and Morey's love for older players. To be clear, because we always like to try to be as fair as possible. We're not talking about the guy's about to collect Social Security. It's Daryl Morey's belief is younger players don't win championships.
Correct.
They could be a part of a championship team, but the players that are going to win you a championship are the proven veterans in the NBA. And I don't blame him for that mindset because for a long time it was true until the Thunder won.
He's not he doesn't get it. Like he doesn't get that just because the NBA, like every sport, constantly evolves.
Right.
I remember when the NBA wasn't just, and it's one of the reasons why I find the product to be less enjoyable and why I think the public is finding the product less enjoyable. Is I remember when it wasn't just run down, chuck up threes all day long.
Right.
Like, I remember when the game was more nuanced. And that the game evolved into that. And I do believe that the game could evolve again into something else.
Absolutely could.
So
we had the big three era.
Right.
The big three era doesn't work anymore. And a lot of it is because of the way the NBA set up contracts, the second apron, the blue apron.
It can all,
like,
I remember when the stars of the NBA played games.
Right.
When they didn't just take off when they were healthy.
Well, that's the
thing. It's a different sport.
It's not even take off when they're healthy. Young players might not win championships. Neither do injured players.
Right.
And that's a tough thing because those were your two options, and it was probably better to build for the future.
Look, because we reached the point where you had to start looking down the road. You could try to balance, that's why I thought the VJ draft pick was great because
correct,
it fit with what you have now, but it also worked for moving forward. Ace Bailey would not have fit with what you had right now. Maybe if you trade Joel Embiid, you try to see what Ace Bailey becomes. The VJ pick fits both here, now, and future. So did Jared McCain.
It fit. And there was no need to move on from him. And when I saw people saying, well, there's no spot for him on the roster, I'm like, what are you talking about? This is a team battling for the play-in tournament.
By the way, the Thunder have like 800 guards on.
For God's sakes,
their team.
There's absolutely space for players like that.
All right, let's check the Davis Honda text line. You can feel the Davis difference. Davis Honda, love them. Burlington, what do we got, Connor?
Steven Thorndale checks in and says, barely made it to halftime. OKC looked bored. I'm not one to quit, but this franchise has me so frustrated with about 1 billion O's on the end of that. So, opening day, please.
Yeah, Sixers outscored by 10 in the first quarter and then outscored 30-18 in the second quarter. Look, the Sixers were still, with all due respect to him, they were starting Marjan Beauchamp. Like that's where we were at yesterday. They weren't necessarily starting their big five. And hopefully you get some of that tomorrow. Paul George returning from the suspension, and we'll see what the deal is.
Villanova destroyed the big five. Oh, you meant the big five.
That big five, yep.
Okay.
All right, speaking of the Phillies and opening day, how about that? Good job, Texter. You helped us set up the next segment. We'll obviously reset the topics. You'll hear how it sounded last night when Jared McCain hit the back-to-back threes. Are you okay with it? Seems like majority of people are. For those of you who are not, 20% still 20%. Why? What is it that you didn't like about it? I'm going to guess that you don't think Jared McCain is really worth it because a lot of our YouTube commenters are that, and that's fine. If you don't think it's worth that, go for it. Let us know, 610-632-0975. But, John, you had an interesting topic about the Phillies that hopefully can breathe some positivity into Phillies talk before opening day. Connor's already thrilled.
That's if people are willing to play the game and do it.
I'm sure they will. Most, hopefully. We do that next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5, The Fanatic Sports Update.
Gearing up for a big week. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Philly sports scene is getting busy, folks. The Sixers, Flyers, both in a playoff push. Unfortunately, the Sixers fell to the Thunder 123-103 last night in Jared McCain's first return back to Philadelphia. He had 13 in the game. B.J. Edgecombe, 35, but it was not enough for the Sixers to find a victory against the defending champs. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m., and that, of course, is our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout night. The Flyers, they've got a huge game tonight against the Blue Jackets, 7 p.m. The Jackets are third in the Metropolitan Division, and the Flyers are trying to track them or one of the wild card teams down for a postseason berth. So there are some major playoff implications. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic again tonight at 7. The Phillies are heading north after finishing up spring training yesterday. Their season begins Thursday against the Rangers at the Bank. Dave Dombrowski recently met with media, and he talked about the rookies that made the club out of camp, including Andrew Painter.
Painter's case, he's thrown the ball very well this spring. His velocity's been good, so even though he's a young guy coming up that can throw upper 90s, he can also throw a sweeper, a slider, and so he's pitched very well for us. We're very happy with him, too. So he's earned it.
We got everything you need ahead of opening day right here on the Fanatic. Amy Fidel joins us starting at the 8 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Corona. Kick off opening day with Middays with Marks and Corona at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe, March 26th from 10 to 2. Enjoy drink specials, Phillies ticket giveaways, and exclusive T-shirts. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
comes in many forms. Kincade Salciunas is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
We're talking Sixers. Not really probably the way they want to be talked about after last night's Sixers loss to the Thunder by 20. No surprise, right? Nobody's angry about the game, and it's just the unfortunate nature that we've been in, right? Sixers now game and a half back of the Raptors for that 5th spot in the Eastern Conference. 1 full game back of the Hawks, who are the 6th seed.
They both won last night, so when you're watching that for the 6th seed, Vegas, Atlanta, and Toronto both just won.
Those are the 2 teams ahead of you. And in case you're wondering, because yesterday we didn't even talk about the teams behind them, Magic and Heat are both Magic are a half game back. Heat are a full game back. They've both lost 5 straight, so they're leaking.
Puttering around.
They're leaking
Oil.
So it's about looking forward. It's looking ahead of what the Sixers are, where the teams are ahead of the Sixers in the Eastern Conference, and you need to start piling up wins. Nobody's expecting that last night. That's fine. The story is the reaction that Jared McCain got. Let's hear how it sounded here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our Tom McGinnis, great job as always. Jared McCain checks into the game, gets a flurry of applause, right? Welcome back to Philadelphia. And then he hits his first of 2.
Thunderball, McCain to Williams. Jared to the corner, 3-pointer in the air, rimming good. So McCain pours it in. The Thunder is 10 of 13 from the field. That's their second 3. Jared McCain from the near corner. It is returned here to Philadelphia.
And then the very next possession, after a missed shot by the Sixers, McCain goes down court and hits another.
Here's McCain again on the left wing. 2-man game with Williams. Fires for another 3, and this one is on the mark. He's feeling it as he drills a 3 from the top.
And there was the crowd pop. And so we're asking, if you were a part of that, let us know. And if you were watching at home, your feelings toward it. Now, YouTube's buzzing this. I love it, Johnny. A couple people chiming in right away. McCain was never going to be a starter with Maxey and VJ here. Let's be real. Is he starting for the Thunder?
He's not starting for the Thunder.
Is he playing a role for the Thunder?
Big role for the Thunder.
All right. Can the show let us know when the Sixers will retire and hang McCain's jersey in the rafters? I get it. It goes against what you've been saying for weeks, so now you got to go to making jokes. I love it. I love sarcasm.
It's all right. Look, if you can't just own it, you're going to joke about it. Can't just own it. It's a bad move. Look, I get the frustration. Totally get it. But if you can't just own it, that this was a disastrous move that is being mocked around the NBA.
Yeah.
That Jared McCain is a top trending player in the NBA across the league. So everybody is talking about him. Everybody. So that means this is a big story across the league.
By the way, including his head coach, of the defending NBA
if you watch NBA coverage, it's a big story.
Yeah.
This is people are mocking the organization, going, okay, you're trying to build an organization, but you're tossing away talent like this? Makes no sense. Look, it's okay to take the L every once in a while.
Yeah. Look,
it's okay to take the L. I took that San Francisco game. I couldn't have taken a bigger L. I was convinced the Eagles had no chance to lose to the 49ers. No chance. It's okay to just take the L. We all get things wrong.
That's hard.
We all have it. Look,
it's hard for some people, Johnny.
Just take the L. It's okay. It's stupid. I had no doubt in my mind that the Eagles would never lose to the 49ers. It happened.
Sometimes it's hard behind a keyboard, man.
Sometimes we're just dumb, and we make stupid statements, and we don't get it right. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Or you can just run and hide.
You can own it.
All right. So that's what we're talking about so far this morning. Let's check the Davis Honda text line before we get into the very interesting topic that John Kincade has for the Phillies, which I think is very necessary, maybe even for me. What do we got?
Devin in Glassboro checks in, says, y'all boys love some Jared McCain, LOL. It was a bad move. Just don't overvalue the player.
I'm not overvaluing the player. I will continue to say.
How about a sixth man? Do you think the Sixers are going to have a better sixth man?
It's just not,
in the next few years.
Forget his name. All right, that will be my point moving forward.
That should be. That's the tough thing.
As of March 24th, 2026, that's going to be my point moving forward. Forget his name. The Sixers moved on from another young player.
Right.
Unnecessarily. They did not get what they were hoping to get.
Correct.
Sometimes they acquire players and it doesn't work out the way that they thought it was going to work out. This time they didn't acquire anybody, so the move was unnecessary. And that young player that you moved on from earlier than you should have, right? Because there's no real reason for it. That young player is making an impact with the team that is very happy to have.
Will the Sixers be looking for a sixth man for years to come?
Now they got Quentin Grimes. They're happy with him.
Yeah, I think that
they'll tell you that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're going to tell you. Yeah, exactly.
All right. What else we got?
All right, so we have some people who are on the other side of this argument when it comes to Jared McCain, at least from the majority from our Twitter poll. Mark from Hatboro says, I never wish ill will on anyone, and I hope he goes on to have a good career, but as long as you're playing against my team,
yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm surprised that it's 80% because usually we get very upset during moments like this, but I don't know. Last night was more message to the fans or front office more so than the love of Jared McCain.
I'm not a booer, but I can understand that. I'd feel that. I'd absolutely feel you on that one.
All right. So, Johnny, explain this Phillies topic that you want to get into
Okay,
today.
can everybody play along and can everybody be honest? If you are a Wake Me Up in October person, I need you to listen up. If you are a rose-colored glasses Philly fan, I need you to listen up because I need both of you to participate in this, and you got to participate honestly. What is the number one reason to think things are going to be different for the 2026 Phillies? And what's the number one reason to think that things will be the same? No jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Just so if you are a contrary person to either side, and I think I know where Connor is. I don't know where my partner is. I don't know which camp you fall into. I sort of feel you have a little bit in both camps as far as looking at this team. What's the number one reason to think things are going to be different for the 2026 Phillies? And what's the number one reason to think that things will be the same? And I think that our listeners might be able to tell us by the end of the day, what's the more compelling argument? To believe that things can be different or to believe that things are going to be exactly the same? And if we go into it with the tabula rasa, we come in with the blank slate, the minds, Will Smith has this, has the beam out on you, and you go in open-minded. Maybe the compelling arguments one way or another will tell you to believe one way.
Sure.
Things can be different. I have an answer of my own, but I'm not going to give it right now unless you think we start with that would be a good way to start. But I do think that there's going to be, I think one side is going to be able to make much more compelling arguments. How about that? One side of this, I am convinced, is going to be able to make much more compelling arguments.
So when you say the same,
what is the number one reason to think things will be different for the 2026 Phillies? That they can write themselves a different ending.
Right.
And what's the number one reason to think that the ending is going to be exactly sort of the same?
This is what's interesting. When you said the same, I still think of success because they win 90 bases.
Yeah, no. The ending story.
Okay.
The ending story for this team is going to be the same. That they're going to end in crushing disappointment.
I will. It's very unfair to put it on one person, but it's Adolis Garcia for me, one way or the other. If Adolis Garcia is the Max Kepler plan from last year, but it works. Right? Like, hey, years ago, this guy was hitting 30 home runs, right? Max Kepler did that once. Garcia's done it twice. Garcia did it in a much less hitter-friendly ballpark. If Adolis Garcia comes here and hits those 30 home runs, he's providing pop from the right side, whether it's in the 6 hole like he's going to start, or if he eventually moves his way up to the 4 hole, which I hope, best case scenario, he does, because now the lineup looks completely different when Alec Bohm is batting 6th. If that's the case, I would imagine that would be the big difference, because the problem is there are not even holes in the Phillies lineup. There's gaps. Like, there's gigantic gaps where production just plummets. Because right now, your 4-5 hitters on opening day are Alec Bohm and Bryson Stott. Where's the power? There is none. All right? So if Adolis Garcia returns to 2023 Garcia, the team that you were supposed to face in the World Series, had you not choked away the NLCS to the Diamondbacks, then this lineup is completely different. Couple that with the rotation and bullpen that I already feel great about.
One reason.
Totally different.
One reason.
Right. No, well,
you can't do the three things after.
No, I'm saying
but the one. You said Adolis Garcia. It's one reason. So it's got to be one. Because it's got to be a focused one.
No, I'm just saying I'm penciling in that the rotation bullpen will continue to be good.
Well, the one reason, though, to me, I don't like that you just said, because there were too many ifs. You did think if he returns to form, if he does, to me, when I hear someone trying to make a compelling argument, Connor, to me to win me over, I stopped at the fifth slash where when you were making the Adolis Garcia thing, I slashed 5 times to if. When you said if.
Yeah.
I can't take when I'm hearing well, if he does this and if this happens and if he's 3 years ago, I need more concrete ones if they're going to move it.
But I'll say
You're not
this.
going to get a more concrete one.
But and I'll
you don't
say
think
this.
So?
No,
I can. I have a much more concrete.
Let's revisit 1 year ago today. Did I have any faith in Max Kepler?
No.
None. And I hated the move from the jump. I like the Garcia move.
Okay.
So my if is more of a I lean positive that it will play out. Whereas Kepler, I had zero faith in last year.
Connor, what is yours? Your positive one.
Of why it can be different.
Why it can be different.
It's a really tough one to answer. I don't think they're going to do much different. I really don't. The number one thing that could make this different is the bullpen saving the rotation and the overall pitching staff being better. But the pitching has been awesome in October largely for the Phillies, mainly starting. They've had bullpen blowups, but I don't look at them as the reason they didn't win is because the bullpen wasn't good enough. The reason they haven't won is because the top 3 guys have not been productive enough in big moments. And they're the same 3 guys. So, I don't know. They don't have to do anything different. They just had a hit.
I got to tell you, Connor, you're the most positive person that I ever hear on the Phillies. And that was the weakest argument for somebody, if they're listening to the show, to be like, yes, this year could be different. I'm going to tell you right now.
That's how Dave Dombrowski
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm looking at the 2026 Phillies, and I'm going to give it to you right here. I'm going to just say the pitching staff is the reason to think, because I know now that Christopher Sanchez followed up 2024 where we didn't know if he could follow it up with a 2025 that was even better. So I know what he is. I saw Jesus Luzardo, who we had no idea if Jesus Luzardo was going to be the guy. I saw him do it last year. So I have much more confidence this year going in than last year that Jesus Luzardo is the guy, that a guy that can fit in as the 3-starter, type 2 starter. I'm confident in Zack Wheeler's rebound because Zack Wheeler's ahead of schedule, and I know that I don't have to count on him to be the hoss that he was before. I'm confident that what I've seen now out of a back-end starter, I now have a 5th starter that's a kid with an upside, with fantastic stuff. When I hear Ricky Bo talk about it, this rotation, I feel so much better about. And Aaron Nola has shown me that Aaron Nola appears to be whatever was going on last year, whether it's the ankle, whatever's better. Mm-hmm. The bullpen, I like this bullpen much better. Much better. I feel much better than the bullpen last year, as far as confident that this bullpen could at least be a set-in-stone sort of one that even Rob Thompson couldn't screw up. If this team can get me to the 7th inning with a lead, go into the 7th inning with a lead, I feel so much better that it's like baseball for dummies, that a manager can navigate their way through it. So the pitching staff makes me much more confident that this Phillies team is built to be able to do things differently, not only in the regular season, but in the whole season, that through October, than I felt in previous years.
All right. I just kind of expected already, though.
Yeah, that's different to me.
You didn't say, but Connor, you didn't say it. You said it very
I did say that, but I've been saying that for years, and it's been the same result in October.
Connor, I don't think you said, your positive thing sounded very, well, I don't really even know what I can say. It was, I'm saying it defiantly. No. I feel so much better about the 2026 pitching staff than I did the 2025 because I saw the 2025 pitching staff do things that proved our hopes and dreams were real about a couple of these guys.
Right, and I already believed those things before you had to see them.
But you see, then you were just wishing and hoping. This is now factual.
Okay, but that doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you're asking me something that's different about this team, and to me, that's not different. So that's why I'm less excited about it than you are. To me, I've seen that already with these guys. That's not the difference between this team winning and losing.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I think factual. I think facts, knowing things are factual, is completely different than hoping things are going to happen. Completely different. Last year opening day to this year opening day is completely different. We know Luzardo has shown us that he's a different pitcher than even anyone would have thought he could be. The Phillies have said it when they gave him his extension. Sanchez followed up 24. We had no idea
hang on.
if Sanchez was going to do it.
You've been worried about the rotation all lead up to the season. And now this confidence is here?
No, because of the fact is what I was worried about was Wheeler, and I was worried about Painter. I wasn't worried about the others. I was worried about Wheeler and Painter.
Okay.
Now I'm going, Wheeler's been better than expected, and Painter has shown me better than expected. So now the things that I was worried about, I've gotten to go, I'm
Painter
feeling better
hasn't
about
picked up you're doing the McAble thing again. Painter hasn't picked up a baseball in a regular season game yet, and you feel better about him?
I absolutely feel better about it.
Training starts?
Because of it's the stuff. It's the stuff. I listen to Unfiltered every day.
He's had the stuff. I've been arguing with you about the stuff for a year.
His stuff wasn't there last year in AAA starts, Connor. His stuff wasn't there. He was getting tattooed.
The numbers weren't there.
No,
he was there.
He was getting tattooed, and he's not getting tattooed this year. He is not. He's making guys swing and miss. He was getting beaten to death last year by guys who are now they may be delivering boxes at Amazon. He is now showing you the guy that they expected him to be. The Phillies have said as much from his spring training performances and his pitching performances, that he's not the guy that they were seeing last year coming back from Tommy John, that he's a different pitcher. And Ricky's telling you every day on Unfiltered from 2 to 6.
2 to 6.
Here on the Fanatic.
Check it out.
I can't wait to hear your negatives, because I'll tell you, if that was the positives, I can't wait to hear the negatives. Because I was expecting Connor to give me a rah-rah speech.
My negative is Adolis Garcia doesn't hit the ball.
No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
Honestly, the season to me
hinges on that guy.
Yes, it's been the biggest problem with the team. It's just no pop from the right side, which is why I was so upset with the Kepler signing last year. Because what side of the plate does he bat on? The left. I had right here Rob Thompson, after the Phillies get eliminated by the Dodgers this year, say, I think our lineup's a little left-handed heavy. It's been left-handed heavy for 3 years.
So you're saying if Adolis Garcia comes through and gives them what? Give me a line.
So I have Pro Baseball Reference has his 2026 projections. Let's discuss. Is this going to be good enough?
Okay.
I think I need a little bit more in the home run department, but let's talk about it.
What do they project?
23 home runs,
way too low.
24 doubles, 75 ribbies, 139 strikeouts, which I think is actually low for what he's been doing. He had 135 last year. The previous years were in the 170s, 180s.
Okay.
So I would take that, 139 strikeouts. Batting average 230, on base 291. You would hope that could get to 300.
That's bad. That's a bad season.
If he could...
That's a bad season. 75 runs batted in? That's bad. 23 home runs?
Well, if he's batting 6.
23 home runs? No.
If he's batting 6.
I'd sign up for that immediately.
Yeah, if he's batting
23 home runs?
Dude, you've had a guy batting cleanup that's hit like 15 home runs.
Yeah.
That's just saying, look, that's just slightly better than the bad you've had.
And they won the second most games in baseball last year. They don't need like an all-star, all-world guy to come into that spot. They just need an actual cleanup.
I would hope that he could hit 25 to 26 home runs. 23 is a little low.
Yeah.
And that's why I said I would like to see more in the home run department, but I wouldn't call that a bad season. It's what you need.
I think they need more than that.
2008.
23 home runs. That doesn't cut it in this ballpark. What did he hit last year?
Last year he hit
in a cavern of a ballpark.
19 last year.
I mean, come on. He was in a terrible ballpark to hit home runs in last year for half his games.
2023 was when he hit 39.
Well, that's right?
3 years. He's not going to hit 39 home runs.
No, I'm talking about approaching 30 home runs. Like for this team.
Pat Burrell, the year they won the World Series, hit 33 home runs.
Okay.
I don't see Adolis Garcia hitting 33 home runs, but if he can
I'm saying approaching 30.
Yeah, 26.
Give me 28. Give me 28, 29.
Right.
I mean, wow. I don't know. Maybe I'm more positive than you guys are on this. That I'm thinking, because I'm thinking more positive on him than this, and I'm certainly hoping it is, because this isn't that 75 runs batted in. What did Nick Castellanos give you on average every year?
Around that.
I thought he did better. I may be mistaken.
He had 72 ribbies last year and only 17.
No, his average
and only
for the,
17 home runs.
No, his average for the year though over his Phillies career. I would think you're trying to upgrade, like his run production.
You want the average?
No, his run production as far as the not runs batted in. For Nick. 62, 106, 86, 72.
Yeah, so that sounds like right about on the average.
Yeah.
So 80, 86. No, he's like more in the 80, around 80s.
His average over his 4 years with the Phillies was 21 home runs and 81 RBI. So the projection for Garcia is 23 home runs, which would be 2 more, and 75 RBI, which is 6 less.
He had 326 RBI as a Philly, Nick. That's 81, 82. I got to tell you, I need that. I need 80. I need 80 out of the guy. I need that. I need that more. I need more pop because I'm supposed to be getting this improvement. And 23 from 21.
Oh, I'm not expecting major improvement.
23 to 21 is not I'm not saying, wow, there's your improvement.
No, I need him to provide protection in the order if he can get up to the 4 spot, which is why I'm saying it hinges on him.
Wow.
And that might be very unfair. Or we're talking about who should they acquire at the trade deadline all over again, which I'm expecting.
We're going to be doing anyway.
Yes,
I'm anxious to hear what people have to say, and I think some people are going to have some more positive answers than that.
All right, let's hear it. 610-632-0975. Speaking of positive, how about a major update on Zack Wheeler yesterday? We'll give that to you coming up next. And we're talking about what could be different for the Phillies. What could be more the same for one of the division rivals? Man, they just keep getting bad news. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A tough one for the Sixers. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers fell to the Thunder 123-103 last night. And Jared McCain's return to Philly is a tough one to see both of those things. McCain only had 13 in the game, but the Thunder got the win in spite of VJ Edgecombe's 35 points. Strong night for him. The Sixers will be back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m. And that's our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout night. The Flyers have a huge game tonight against the Blue Jackets, 7 p.m. puck drop, and big-time playoff implications as they face the team that is third in the Metropolitan Division postseason standings. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Yeah, the Flyers really need that one. The Phillies, well, they're heading north after finishing up spring training yesterday, and what they really need is an infusion of something different this year. Dave Dombrowski recently met with the media. He talked about some young players joining the squad, including Justin Crawford.
Crawford has done very well for himself. He's played well in center field. He's contributed from an offensive perspective. Again, he's going to be ninth in the lineup most of the time, but we like him a lot. He can fly. So he's had a good camp, and he's earned a spot.
Their season is ready to roll on Thursday against the Rangers at the Bank. We got you everything you need to get ready. Amy Fidel joins us at 8 o'clock. This update is brought to you by Papa John's, introducing new pan pizza from Papa John's. Order a medium, one-topping pan pizza, just $11.99. When you download the Papa John's app or at papajohns.com, better ingredients, better pizza. That's Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for all of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union.
happen. I may give them a hard time, but they're really not that bad, at least most of the time. Now let's listen to more Kincade and Salciunas before I change my mind.
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, big update on Zack Wheeler here in a minute, and then we talk about what else is going on in the NL East. But real quick, what we've talked about so far this morning. Sixers hosted the Thunder last night. No surprise they lost with Embiid out, Paul George out, Maxey out, but it was the return of Jared McCain. He goes off for a couple of threes in the first quarter. Sixers fans giving him a big round of applause yesterday. Our question for you today is if you were a part of it, let us know why. And if you were not and you were watching at home like a lot of us were, what was your reaction to it? I was not surprised that it happened. I'm not angry that it happened. I was surprised how loud it was. It was a loud reaction, that second three ball by Jared McCain.
Well, the first one wasn't quiet.
Yeah.
But the second one was just, are you kidding me? Because they were close. So it was back-to-back.
So we're talking about that, 610-632-0975. And what do you believe will be the big difference or more of the same for the Phillies? Now, big difference could be positive. Big difference could be negative. More the same is more so they get to the playoffs and they fizzle out, and then we're talking about them being a good club, and they're just a player or two away.
They're a good club.
All right, yesterday, big update on Zack Wheeler. Wow, it was out of nowhere. We were just talking yesterday morning, like, I wonder where Wheeler's going to be at the beginning of the season because the opening day roster came out. Zack Wheeler obviously starting the season on the injured list, and we're wondering, all right, where is he going to be? Is he going to pitch in Clearwater? I was hoping maybe I'd sneak in a Zack Wheeler start while I was down there.
That'd be nice.
Not happening. Because he will be making a rehab start with the Iron Pigs March 28th.
See, I love that.
You don't make the trip up from beautiful Clearwater, warm weather, good for arms of pitchers, to Lehigh Valley if you're not close.
And Jim Salisbury telling, yesterday with John and Sean, things are progressing nicely. Yesterday was nice. Yesterday was a nice day, and if they continue to progress nicely, it could be way before.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be way before what we're thinking.
I saw some of the video from his live BP session yesterday where he was pitching to live hitters, and Sweeper was dancing. He had some good movement. I don't know what the velocity's up to. I've not seen anybody post like...
They weren't posting gun.
So Jim told us 93 in the first live session he threw. He threw another live session, and then this was the third one, one that we saw yesterday.
I didn't see any posted gun from yesterday. Did you?
No,
I've not seen like, is he touching
I don't think the Phillies were... They may have had a gun on him.
Maybe.
No one in the media.
Right.
But they were pleased enough
for him to start March 28th, guys, and they're 4 days from now.
And they're letting him dictate a lot of this based on how he's feeling. What I was really promising about it yesterday is they didn't wait till today to say that. That's how good he felt.
Yeah, they said
I was waiting to say, okay, how is he going to feel when he wakes up today?
Mm-hmm.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, because it's not like I want to be careful with this because it's a serious medical condition what he went through with the blood clot and TOS. It's not like there's anything wrong with him. It's that he got late and he's working up, but he doesn't have like a muscle imbalance or anything.
I told you, what my I had a doctor's appointment on Friday, and he's a big sports fan. So we were talking Phillies. He played baseball in college, so we were talking about it. And he's like, by the way, like Zack Wheeler should be okay. It's just, what's his arm going to look like after months of not pitching and then the build up to it? It's not that what took place. You're right. It was a serious condition, but it's not like
he's not in danger now. They fixed what he was in danger about.
Right, but it's not
blood
like
clot, everything like that. He's not in any danger anymore.
Right. It's not like a running back who tears his Achilles. Does he still have that cut?
Correct.
After that kind of an injury. This is
great news.
It's his arm strength.
No, this is great news.
So he's making his rehab start Saturday, March 28th. I imagine he gets what, 2?
Yeah, I
They'll
guess.
want a pitch count. They're going to probably put a pitch count because, they'll say, how long does he go? That'll be the pitch count. It's great to see, and he's feeling confident, and that's awesome.
Are you saying 2 innings or 2 rehab starts?
2 rehab starts.
Yeah.
I think it's a pitch count thing. So I don't think that they're going to put it on starts. I think they're going to put it on stretching him out. I think it could end up being 3, depending on how many. We have to see how many pitches he's going to pitch Saturday night. Now, if they say he's pitching 60 on Saturday night, then 2, you may be right.
I'd imagine it'd be closer to 40, 45.
Well, then I'm thinking 3 then. Then I'm thinking it's going to be 3.
All right.
But remember, early on in the season, you're going to see guys go 60 to 75 pitches in their first starts anyway, the guys that are ready.
And they're going to let him dictate a lot of this process.
Yeah. How he
because
feels.
he's Zack Wheeler, and he approves this message, which is great. I'm just so happy for him because this was it was a scary situation that was could have been life-threatening. They fix it, and now it's a matter of getting his career back for what appears to be the end of it. And hopefully he can really put a big exclamation point on it.
Yeah. By the way, for another team in the division, Spencer Strider, man, starting the season on the injured list for the Braves. The Braves, Connor, you pointed out the injuries that that the Braves have been dealing with. They got a lot going on with that rotation right now that I would imagine if you're a Braves fan, you're not too confident in.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say again with something that I saw the great Leo Mazzoni do over the years. Leo Mazzoni had a bunch of the Braves young pitchers back in the day when they had Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz. It was Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, Denny Nagel days. And he had at spring training on the backfields, Maddox, Glavine, Smoltz, and them lift their shirts. And he had the young pitchers. And he's like, why do you guys all look like you're trying to audition for Baywatch? And these guys are all going to go to Cooperstown.
Right.
Why are you all trying to look like I want to look so great like when I'm on the beach? Why are you not learning about flexibility and all that? Because what those guys did was plyometrics, flexibility. They weren't working on their abs and they called Greg Maddox mudslide.
Right.
And he was challenging the younger pitchers to go, why are you all coming in here all bulked up and jacked up? You're going to be tight. You're not going to be loose. And look at Strider.
Yeah.
I mean, Strider literally does what he's spending 6 days a week in the gym.
Well, I don't know if he can breathe
with one of those big. He's big water jug guy.
Yeah.
He is the oversized water jug guy carrying it around. You know he is earbuds in, bopping to earbuds, nodding to people with the big water jug. You get out of the gym, dude. You're too bulked up. Loosen yourself up. Do some plyometrics. Tom Brady with that talks about it often.
He's definitely a Dave Matthews Band guy.
Oh no, I guess I know he is. He is. He is a Dave Matthews guy. How did you know that? He is.
He just looks it.
No, he is.
You know, you can look the part. Spencer Strider looks the part. Big Dave Matthews Band guy.
Hey, take it easy on the look.
He is.
I'm no Spencer Strider fan, but that hits a little close to home.
Yeah, there you go.
So he's hurt to start the season. Mark Bowman, who's been covering the Braves forever. Ronaldo Lopez, the player, remember 2 years ago, he was ridiculous.
Oh, he was crazy. He had an ERA below 2, didn't he? At the top, for a long part of the season.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah,
he was crazy for a long part of the season.
Do you know what his fastball was yesterday? 2 days ago?
91.
89.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, that place?
That's about,
if you're a crafty lefty.
Jamie Moore.
Yeah,
Jamie Moore says, bring it on.
At low A ball.
Remember, he was hurt last year, and so I guess he's trying to work back from things. They had a lot of injuries. So they have guys coming back from injury, and they have guys that are starting the season injured. I don't mind. So you brought up the shortstop falling on ice or whatever. That's not, whatever. They have 8 other guys in the order that can hit 30 home runs.
Right.
Their rotation is
decimated
is in
right
trouble with injuries.
You got to jump on them early. And by the way, you get 2 of the series with them out of the way fairly before the middle of May.
You remember that whole conversation that happened like 3-4 years back when the Braves were on their run of division titles, and it's like Olson's playing 162 and Riley's playing 162 and all of this stuff. And we didn't look at the pitching staff numbers, but it feels like that team went a little organizationally to all in on playing every day, and they're just not able to get back to even.
Well,
it's
mainly their rotation.
Yeah, it's mainly the rotation. It's not, and they didn't do that with their pitchers. They've handled pitchers brilliantly. And their big guys who play a lot of games tend to play a lot of games. Now, Austin Riley, Connor, I don't know if you saw the controversy with Austin Riley.
No, I didn't.
It would have been a good one for you. Every Major League Baseball player, and it's going to leak out, and they're all going to be upset about it.
Whoa, slow down. We may be talking about this in headlines. We may have this one.
Right, okay. Well, Austin Riley is one of them that got.
Is he available?
No, he's not available.
Yeah.
Just
I would take him. Be the third baseman.
We know you want a third baseman.
Austin Riley would take him. Yeah,
you want to put Alec Bohm in the bag.
Let's go get him.
Yes. Yeah. Respectfully to Alec.
The dumpster in a bag, Connor.
Yeah, damn right. All right. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Davis Honda, Burlington. Love you. What do we got?
So we have people checking out on what's the same, what's going to be different. Brian in Greencastle says different for him this year is the bullpen, pitching staff as a broad answer there. And the same thing for the Phillies, why I believe it's going to be the same as the top three slumping when it matters most.
You hope not. Yeah. I mean, that's been the problem.
That's the problem. And the thing is, you have so much data on the top three slumping. Turner, Schwarber, Harper.
Yeah. One might have a good game, but the other two won't.
But they don't carry him.
That's been the story.
But you have so much data on them being good.
Yeah, but not on going that they go, but they can't when it matters the most. No. When it matters the most. We're talking about when it matters the most. No.
Turner's the real issue there, I think.
Yeah. I've been waiting for Schwarber last 2 Octobers.
Yep. Except for the one game, game 3.
Yeah, exactly.
One game.
You know?
Which game?
And one game doesn't.
Which game did they win?
One game doesn't do it for me.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headline, so I'm guessing something Austin
I hope
Riley
it is
related.
Well, he may not know his part of it.
That comes your way next. And then Amy Fidel, don't forget, it's a Tuesday. Amy joins us for the rest of the show starting in the 8 o'clock hour. It is Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 to Fanatic.
The Unfiltered High School Athlete of the Week is a chance to celebrate some of the amazing talent in our area.
Ricky Bowe and
guessed it, with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yes, Middays with Marks comes your way at 10 o'clock. Tuesdays with Amy starts at 8. But coming up in a few minutes, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. But before we do that, two things. One, let's check the Iron Mountain Men's Health poll of the day. Thanks to our friends, Dr. Abidan Appel. It was good to see him in the hallways here yesterday. What do we got, Connor?
Much like the help from Dr. Abidan Appel can give you, the poll is growing, at least on one vote. Wow. Are you okay with the Sixers fans that cheered after Jared McCain's back-to-back threes last night? 85% of responders now saying yes, they were okay with it. Only 15% saying no.
It was a message to the front office yesterday. Yesterday was the opportunity for Sixers fans. Look, we talk about it all the time. You have two ways of voicing yourself at a game. It's by cheering or by booing, right?
Right.
That's really it. Other than the guy in section 417 that thinks the umpire can hear you when it was a bad call and he's screaming.
He's another one that I don't want to sit next to it again.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Not only can they hear you from up there, you had a much better view at it than him. Always let him know.
Good point. But last night, it wasn't just cheering for Jared McCain because people love him. And I know he became a beloved player here. It was more so, hey, you trade this guy for no reason. You can tell me all you want about the first-round pick. I saw on our YouTube chat, our man 32, appreciate it all as always. So what, Andrew? You just wanted to lose him to nothing to free agency? He's not a free agent for 2 years.
What?
Like you have him for
What are you talking
you would have had
about?
him for another 2 seasons.
What are we talking about?
So don't give me you would have lost him for nothing.
What are we talking about?
You would have had him for another 2 seasons.
Oh my gosh.
Also, before headlines, nobody has mentioned it on YouTube. I am shocked, John. That not a single person
I know what
has mentioned it.
you're going to say. What I mentioned to you on the elevator.
John and I are wearing the exact same shirt today.
Well, pulley.
Pullover, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, really? I didn't even notice.
Noticed it.
No.
We are wearing the exact same. Now,
And I told him it's a temple day. What is he doing?
Now I'm watching on YouTube as I speak, and my tee is covered by the Fanatic logo on the mic. So maybe that's why. And the color disfiguration. Mine looks white, yours looks cream. You look like you got the Phillies cream color jersey on, according to the camera.
Maybe it's
we need to do a white balance on the camera.
Maybe it's the Buff City soap
could be
that Christina washes.
Or it looks like you've been sweating.
Looks like it's been sweating.
Yeah,
there's no sweat under
I'm
here,
just saying,
baby.
on the camera, it's the tan color. But I'm surprised nobody's pointing that out.
I didn't even
YouTube
notice.
notices everything with our clothing.
Yeah, that's on them, not me. I'm an eye contact guy, and I can only see you guys from like the shoulders up.
And
from
the
where I'm
thing
sitting.
is that me being shade blind, I can't see. Like I'm looking at you, and I'm saying we're wearing the exact same
We are.
thing.
It's just the camera's messed up. That's all.
That's cute, guys. I like that.
Thank you. We call
Well, I
each other.
told him
Show
Tuesdays
chemistry.
and Thursdays.
Temple-
It's a class day.
Temple Tuesday, man. All right, time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
And it's brought to you, as always, by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. So Major League Baseball players might have to get a hold of Lundy Law after what's happened getting ready for the season. But we'll get to that in a second. We're going to start with a feel-good story for some. The Texas Rangers, who the Phillies are going to see on opening day on Thursday here at Citizens Bank Park, they had a Rule 5 draft pick, Carter Baumler, make the roster. And the way that manager Skip Schumacher told him was very intriguing. Take a listen to the TV broadcast of their latest spring training game.
Schumacher out there with a word for Baumler, and it looks like, get the sense, right, that he just let him know some pretty good news.
Yeah, I think he told him he made the team.
That was great. The reaction from his teammates.
That's awesome.
They had to be told. The
Yeah, I
broadcasters,
would imagine
the
they were tipped
broadcasters
off.
had to be tipped off to that.
Because that was way too quick.
It was too quick to
Yeah.
be able to go. They could have told a joke. They had to have been told.
Now,
tipped off.
you couldn't gather it from that soundbite. He was being told while he was on the mound pitching in a game. Mound visit comes out, tells him he made the team, and it's not like they were taking him out. No, he stayed in the game after that point. Your guys' thoughts on this?
I love it,
dude.
I love it, and I love Skip Schumacher. I would have not had any problem if the Phillies had made the move to say, Rob, awesome. Skip Schumacher is a guy that I think is going to be a really, really good manager in the league, and I would have loved to have had him here.
I'm excited to hear Harry Hardo, Connor Thomas over there complain about it. Go ahead. I know what you're going to say.
In a spring training game.
Skip, I'm trying to pitch here.
Yeah, he made the team.
Yeah, but
He was thrilled.
Listen, I'm trying to put some work in. I'm on the mound. You're not going to give me the other thing. We've all seen those call-up videos of the guys like breaking down. I don't want to necessarily have like that emotional of a moment on the mound in the middle of a game. Like you can't pull me in the office after and I don't know, set up a camera, do one of those videos. It feels like a weird place to do it. If I'm in the game, leave me alone.
It was a spring
really
training game.
Cool.
That was it's a meatball game with meatheads in it, and he's probably pitching to a guy who's not going to be in the major leagues at the time. I love it, and I love that Skip Schumacher did it.
What's his name, Connor?
His name is Carter Baumler.
And that's an amazing story because he was not on the radar. He was not going to be on the team. Like coming out of the projections from even the beat writers and everything going into spring training.
I'm trying to see what his stats are because
he's Rule 5, so he would have had to be drafted AA or lower this year.
They were supposedly going to have to. I guess the rule is you have to offer him back to the team.
Yes, that's
for
what the Phillies did with Zach McCain, who they picked up from the Marlins
for $5,000, and even there were pieces written that they thought that they'd have to probably offer him back. That's great.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great story. I don't understand why he made the team.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I don't think Carter Balmer or whatever his name is cares about that next batter.
Well, guess what? I would. Guess that's why we're doing it.
What else we got?
It's just built different.
Speaking of being different, a lot of Major League Baseball players' heights are going to be different this year. I'm not sure if you guys have seen Heightgate that's going on around baseball.
Shocking.
But with the new ABS system coming in, they have to measure the strike zone as a percentage of your height. And because of that, they need precise down to like the centimeter measurements. And a lot of guys are losing inches. Call Dr. Avidan Appel if that's you. Wow. We've seen some on the Phillies. Now, Christopher Sanchez, funny enough, went from 6'1" to 6'6" as his listed height. But a guy like Josh Naylor went from above 6 foot to like 5'9". Austin Riley dropped from 6'1" to 6 foot. Like there's a lot of guys that are getting exposed for the height they are.
I thought he went from 6'3" to 6'1". To 6 foot.
I saw 6'1" to 6 foot.
Oh, I thought he went 6'3" to 6'0".
There have been some big drop-offs in height. Tough look for a lot of baseball players.
Wait, Christopher Sanchez he was originally listed as 6'1"?
Yes, because they never changed it from the minor leagues.
They don't update it.
They don't update it. Yeah, they don't update it.
Was he 12 years old?
No, when he was he's grown a lot as a Philly.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
I've never.
How about this? He's grown a lot. They were even showing that he's grown a lot since he came up to the Phillies roster.
Oh, God bless him, man. So wait, is my growth spurt still coming?
No, it's not coming. There are a lot of guys lie about their height.
Well, yeah, but it's usually the opposite. It's usually I'm taller than what I am.
Yeah, he's the only one I've seen that's gone. Like JT Realmuto went from 6 foot to 6'1". So congrats to JT as well.
Which is crazy. But look, they have to do it because of the ABS.
I would think it's the dating apps. Is that why people are lying about their height?
Everybody lies.
Yeah.
Every time. Because those roster things, like in college, they're self-reported. At least the way they did it, they were like, put your information in. So as a 5'11" guy who was listed as 6 foot for all 4 years of college, we had a kid that was 6 foot that listed himself as 6'4". And nobody checked, and that's just what he was. So a lot of guys, the height police are coming for Major League Baseball this year.
Need to do it, man. ABS system. I just can't believe. When did Christopher Sanchez have his growth spurt? Like what?
I don't know. You can grow later.
No, I know, but I'm curious when that happened because I've always
or they screwed it up
as a tall guy,
or they had it wrong in the minor leagues is what the explanation was.
Could be, yeah.
So that's interesting though.
They don't have the right rulers in the minors. Like I understand that they got to travel on buses and stuff. They don't have rulers.
It's probably self-reported.
Is it an eye test?
They'll probably just send them the form and be like, put in how tall you are.
Good for you, Christopher Sanchez.
Good for him.
6. Yeah, he could play wing for the Sixers. They need it.
Can he shoot? Yeah.
I mean,
him and Taiwan Walker.
Left-handed stroke.
Never know.
Who knows?
Never know.
Coming up next. Speaking of the Sixers, Amy was in the building yesterday at the Exmo.
She works there.
She heard the reaction to the Jared McCain 3-point barrage. We've been discussing that a lot this morning.
The barrage.
Back to back, man. What was her thoughts on the Sixers fans showing the love to Jared McCain? Was it Jared McCain or was it a message to the front office? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Jared McCain makes his return. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers lost to the Thunder 123-103 last night in Jared McCain's first return back to Philadelphia after being traded at this year's deadline. He only had 13 in the game. VJ Edgecombe, 35. But, hey, Thunder got the win. Sixers did not. They'll be back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m. that's our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout game. So a big night if you got tickets to that one. The Flyers have a gigantic game against the Blue Jackets tonight at 7 p.m. Huge playoff implications as they face the team that's third place in the Metropolitan Division. You get that game live tonight on 97.5 The Fanatic. Phils are heading north. They finished up spring training yesterday, and their season begins on Thursday against the Rangers at the Bank. Dave Dombrowski met with the media yesterday. He talked about the youth infusion that the team's going to have this year, including starter Andrew Painter.
Painter's case, he's thrown the ball very well this spring. His velocity's been good, so even though he's a young guy coming up that can throw upper 90s, he can also throw his sweeper, slider, and so he's pitched very well for us. We're very happy with him, too. So he's earned it.
Opening day is just 2 days away. We've got everything you need ahead of the Phillies starting their season right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fidel joins the guys next. This update is brought to you by True Green. True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com by April 7th and get 6 weeks free. Let the pros do the work so you can enjoy your weekend. Restrictions apply. See site for details. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. And it's 8 a.m. on a Tuesday, which means now until the end of the show, we are joined in studio from NBC Sports Philadelphia and, of course, the Fanatic family. Amy Fidel. Hello, Amy.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Thanks for coming in today.
Of course.
We appreciate you.
Happy to be here.
Did you appreciate the reaction that Jared McCain got yesterday?
I did. It was. I asked you guys what it sounded like on television since we watch on TV, but the sound isn't like we have the sound on, but we're getting it from 5 different sources because we get the advanced feed, and then we also have it on our television. So we wanted to go out and see what the reception was like because you could see him coming in. So we pop out for that, and it was a very nice round of applause for him to come in. And then I think I was after this. He had those 2 threes early when he came in. But I was telling you guys when I drove in, I saw people getting out of their cars, which was early, 4:30, and there was more than a couple Oklahoma City Thunder jerseys, and then walking around in the arena downstairs and upstairs. It was a lot.
Now, what's really interesting,
a lot of fans wearing that gear.
What player Was it like Shea?
There's a lot of SGA.
I would imagine that. He's one of the most popular
I
players.
saw like some Case and Wallace, a Williams.
Okay.
There's two of them, so you know.
The reason why I asked, we had a caller yesterday, Mike, who called into the show. He was going to the game last night out of protest, and he purchased and wore an Oklahoma City Jared McCain
I did
shirt.
see some Sixers Jared McCain shirts. But that's hard to tell. Did you wear that because that's the only one you have, or did you wear it because of Jared McCain?
It may have been because of Jared McCain.
Yeah,
so
I would think so.
So here's what we'll do. We'll play the Fanatic broadcast, but then we'll also play the NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast.
Perfect.
We'll do the second three because that's where the crowd.
That's where the crowd was louder.
The crowd pop. Like he hits the first three and it was
They're
like, yeah,
good job.
And then very next possession, he goes down there. Here's how it sounded here on the Fanatic.
Here's McCain again on the left wing. Two-man game with Williams. Fires for another three, and this one is on the mark. He's feeling it as he drills a three from the top.
And then on NBC Sports Philadelphia, you could hear it with Kate and Ala.
Hugs, smiles, special handshakes for this guy pregame. McCain, back-to-back threes.
It's funny. That sounded louder. It was the same three.
Yes.
That's when they asked you.
Where the mics are and
Yeah,
everything.
I was
You
like-
know it. But it came through the broadcast yesterday. And so my takeaway, because I would never do that. Like personally, I wouldn't. But I don't blame anybody that did. The big thing that I'm trying to get past for a lot, because there's a lot of people that are saying, like, all right, stop overrating Jared McCain. I almost want us to forget his name and just think about another young player that the Sixers may have given up on a little too early, and you're seeing him have success with another team.
Like Isaiah Joe?
Like Isaiah Joe, also on the Thunder. But then also players that I never thought Rashawn Holmes was going to become Joel Embiid, but like I would have rather have watched him than Amir Johnson at that time.
Okay.
There have been a lot of old players that have gotten over opportunities over some of the younger players, and this isn't just a Daryl Moore and Nick Nurse. This is Doc Rivers didn't want to play Tyrese Maxey.
Nope.
He wanted to play George Hill, right? Like that's who he wanted to play.
That's a tough one.
And so for whatever reason, I understand that there's a belief that veterans win. I get that. And I don't think that's the craziest thought.
No.
But you're not giving some of these young guys the opportunity to either prove themselves or grow. And we've always talked about the continuity. The Sixers haven't had the same team ever during this post-process era of Sixers basketball. So forget the name Jared McCain. To me, that was almost a message to the front office from the fans of what are we doing? Why do you keep doing this to us?
It's hard to take Jared McCain's name out of it, though, simply because he was so well-liked here.
Right.
And to see that kind of, the only thing that I can equate it to is when Tyrese Maxey finally got to play and the love that was extended his way almost immediately, because they saw what joy he played with. Listen, these guys are coming on the tail end of some really dark times. A 10-win season, the process era where there wasn't a lot of joy. Mm-hmm. Then you finally get over the hump and you have these heartbreaking playoff losses. And then you see someone that clearly enjoys basketball as much as Tyrese Maxey in Jared McCain. When they drafted him, I was like, well, this is the smiliest backcourt in the history of the world. Yeah. These guys genuinely enjoy playing basketball and work expressively, really, really expressive all the time. And everything they do, you can see it on their face, which is great. And I think the fans really resonated. That resonated with the fans, right? So for a guy only being here a year and a half as far as the season goes, to have that kind of, love, I think that's why he gets a lot of that. But to your point, yeah, there's also the really? You did this again? We had a really nice thing, and you made the nice thing go away.
Embiid made that clear, too, before the trade.
They've all said it. They've all said it at different times, too, like, we really miss Jared McCain. They miss him as a person. They miss him certainly as a player. And, yeah, could you look into the future and say, what would be really nice to have as an extra guard right now when everybody's, falling? You couldn't do that, but you didn't have to do the move right away unless you had a for sure answer on what you were going to get. Now, I think that obviously that's a gamble. Yeah. That's the reason I'm not in a front office. I don't know how to play that gamble as far as what you thought the 3 second-round picks and a first-round pick this year, what was that going to garner you? On the open market, apparently nothing this year.
You get the frustration, and we understand the frustration with this team. It's just a matter of now. You wonder what the Flyers are pushing for a playoff spot. The Sixers are pushing for a playoff spot to get out of that play-in tournament. You wonder, they feel very, very different, though, and you understand the Sixers fans' frustration.
Yeah, they feel very different. It's because last night you're looking at 4 starters and Quentin Grimes all out, and you're thinking, wow, this is going to be a slog. And the one thing you saw, it was like Jared McCain was one of the really big bright spots last year in a really dark year. And I think that was another reason that people latched onto him. He had that streak of like 20-point games. Yeah. He was the front runner for the Rookie of the Year. You're thinking so much good. And then he went down with injury, but you still thought, well, at least I saw the glimpse of what this kid could be. And then he was very slow out of the gates. He unfortunately had that hand injury right before the season started. I mean, immediately. It was the day before media day. And that was a tough blow. And then he just couldn't work his way back in. So the frustration is there because you saw it. You saw the glimpse, and then that glimpse was taken away. I think that's where it really kind of falls.
I'm curious, Amy. You're around the team, I mean, all the time, right? I want to play the clip from Nick Nurse before the game. Nick Nurse was obviously asked about Jared McCain, who was making his return. And then we got into a discussion this morning of who would you point the finger at? This was Nick Nurse before the game talking about McCain.
You know, and I might even have mentioned it sitting up here one night was the 7 for 11 nights coming. Right? It just was, he still was kind of dragging that knee brace around for quite a bit of the time and coming off the hand injury. And I do think he was affected by that physically for a long stretch, but I thought he was coming out. Like I said, I was expecting him to start getting back to his, big streaky nights where he really gets it going and can score in bunches. Yeah.
How much do you guys, miss some of the spacing that he provided and some of the stuff that he does on the floor, some of his strengths in this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, that shooting and scoring, is you're always going to miss that. I think his work ethic and his attitude in general as well is missed. He's like, you guys have heard me say he's a tremendous person, worker, and competitor, right? It's always good to have on your team.
Amy, when you hear that, it sounds like he didn't want him traded. But at the same time, when you hear that, you wonder, all right, then how come he couldn't literally get on the court for you at times?
At the beginning, I think that Nick Nurse, he said that. There was a lot. If you go to the practices and you talk to those guys during the week, Jared McCain would struggle at times trying to have that confidence in his knee. It didn't mean that it wasn't coming, and I think you saw it towards the end, right before the trade deadline. I just think he ran out of runway in the front office's mind of, we need to make something happen now. This is the only piece that can maybe make something happen, so we had to make the move. That is my assumption. That is not any kind of direct knowledge I have.
Absolutely.
But that's just looking at and reading the tea leaves. Because if you look the ramp up, or whatever you want to call it, the process of him getting better and getting more playing time, it really came late, right before the trade deadline. Because he really was still favoring that knee, and the hand was an issue. You heard the question asked about spacing. In a perfect world, he would have been a better spacer for the Sixers because that shot was going in. It just wasn't going in. I mean, he had to go down to the G League at one point just to get some shots up, and that was a really rough go. It doesn't mean that wasn't coming. Clearly it was. It's also a perfect situation. It's hard to compare that with these numbers. He's playing about 3 minutes more in Oklahoma City, but the numbers, the percentages are way up.
Sure.
So you're thinking
better surrounding cast, better.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
You've got an MVP. You've got several All-NBA players. You've got an All-NBA defensive first teamer and Jalen Williams. And that's another thing. The defense Jared McCain, I'm a big fan of his game. I think that he has a very high ceiling in the NBA. I think he's going to be a great player. The one knock on him, and I don't even want to call it a knock, the one drawback is defensively, he's a liability at times because he does not have the length. He has an undersized wingspan. He's 6'2", his wingspan's 6'2". That's unusual for an NBA player. Usually these guys like Kelly Oubre's 6'9", his wingspan's like 7'3". That's really what you're looking for as far as length. And the East has a lot of length, so sometimes that gets a little bit exposed. It doesn't have to be exposed down there in the Thunder because that's one of the best defensive teams in the entire NBA.
Right.
So I think it's a perfect situation. So it's hard for me to say, he was going to have a 44% shooting season this year with the Sixers if he finally got the opportunity. I think he would have been better. I think it would have been closer to 40, but I don't think the numbers would be the exact same. But it's just it
would have been nice to find out.
I think that's where it is. It was a move that if you really, because I thought at the beginning of the season when they brought Quentin Grimes back, I thought Jared McCain might be the odd man out at the end of the season. That's what I thought. I thought that at the beginning of the year, I thought, well, they're going to let this year play out. They're going to see where it goes. If Quentin Grimes, who bet on himself with the one-year contract, if he comes to be the same player he was last year, then that would make an extra guard that is undersized in their mind as far as Jared McCain's size compared to Quentin Grimes. That would make him expendable. That hasn't come to pass, and it's a moot point because they traded him at the trade deadline.
And that's where everybody's at is what's the plan, what's going on, and gut instinct right now. If I was to say to you September, Daryl's here, Nick's here. Daryl's here, Nick's not. Daryl's not here, Nick's here.
Gut obviously,
instinct today.
Gut instinct today is that they're both back. That I would find that hard to believe in something. Just the way it would be hard for me as a group that would be in, whoever is the overriding people that make all those decisions, looking at what they had to look at, and you had, I have a notebook for a sidebar. I have a notebook that I write every game in so I can keep it. It's a spiral bound notebook. You can see it every game. And I write in the corner who's out. There's not a lot of pieces of paper that don't have anybody written on there. So much so that I would write everyone in. And I probably only wrote that a handful of times at this point, maybe 10 to 12. That's hard for me to judge a head coach when he's missing 4 scores for extended periods of time.
Right. But when it comes to Daryl Morey, you can point out that, all right, you extended Embiid. No surprise that he gets hurt. You gave Paul George a max contract. No surprise that he gets hurt. Maxey,
he didn't get hurt. He hurt himself.
Well, yeah, sorry. Last year hurt. This year suspension.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, those two guys, though,
that's a tough one.
It's been the history of those two guys where they miss a lot of time. Mainly due to injury, but they miss a lot of time. And were you shocked last year when Paul George got hurt? I wasn't. It's been his career, except for his contract year. Wow, shocker.
Yeah, the contract year is,
he may have played through injuries.
68 games or whatever.
Alec Boehm's going to hit 18 home runs this year because it's a contract year. Speaking of the Phillies, you like how I did that?
That's a good transition.
Johnny had a good question today. Johnny, I want you to set it up for Amy, and I want to get more texts on this on the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out, Davis Honda in Burlington, 610-632-0975. Go ahead, Johnny.
Got to keep this to 1, so it's got to be 1. The one reason why the 2026 Phillies can write a different ending from a positive standpoint, that you would feel confident the 2026 Phillies can write a more positive ending. And then conversely, the one reason why you believe the 2026 Phillies will write the same ending.
The one reason I think they'll have a more positive is because Bryce Harper will return to the level that we expect from him. I believe in that. I think that that's going to happen. I know we've talked about that before, but I do think that the whole elite thing and whatever else, I think that is something that that will motivate him. I think he's motivated in the fact that he didn't have a very good year by his standards last year. Though if you take his name out of it, you probably look at those numbers and say, well, that was a pretty good year. The one reason that they would have the same result is starting rotation doesn't come to pass. I think that could. I don't think that's going to happen, but I feel like that to me is a bigger question mark than we maybe realize. I think we're just all assuming, rightfully so, that Zack Wheeler will be fine. He'll come back. Everything's going to be great. Aaron Nola is going to return to what they expect from him, and then Andrew Painter will come up here and be just fine. But that's, when you look at what happens in the postseason, pitching is really, really important.
And they have not been the problem.
No, but they have it. Well, one game. Ranger Suarez probably could have come in and helped out a little bit.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's Rob Thompson. I still don't understand that decision.
I'll never forget. It's a visceral image for me because where we were sitting, we could see right to the bullpen, and there's Ranger just sitting there in a chair.
With that game,
Shawnee's looking at me like, is he coming in? I'm like, it doesn't appear
Remember
so.
When they
he had a 4-0 lead on Shohei Ohtani.
They said he was available.
I know. That's why he was sitting in a chair.
And they even talked about the strategy of having him be ready for that.
And then he doesn't even start game 3.
Just sat there. And then he was out in the pen. And I was like, Shawnee, is he coming in? I don't think so.
But if it wasn't, I love, you know what's crazy? So, I get it. Dave Dombrowski's not wrong. But when he was like, we're one Trey Turner, bad throwaway, like, he didn't call out his manager.
Yeah, seriously.
Like that was the plan. And they went against the plan.
Yeah, that was what was strange, was that it wasn't that we all kind of assumed that. It was spoken about.
Rob said it before game 1.
It was spoken about. Here's where Ranger can help us. Here's what he can do. Is he available? Yes.
They win game 1 if they do that move. I am completely 100% convinced.
Or if Jose Alvarado doesn't
Yes, well, that's another
a whole
thing.
Nother. Jezempic, if he does his thing properly, that could have been different.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like that there's a lot riding on some ifs with the starting rotation. I think that they will come to pass, and I think it will be good. But if you had to ask me, point to a reason why the same result would happen, meaning they would lose in the postseason, I might.
My answer is the same player for both. It's I
mean, that's
it's Adolis Garcia. Yeah. Is he?
Yeah.
The right-handed power bat that they.
Do you get something in the outfield?
I couldn't believe he put that much on him.
I mean, but think about what that outfield looked like.
That could swing the whole season, though.
If
it was such a dearth out there,
you once saw.
If he's a guy that can get, I mean, let's not even put 20 out there.
Ric Flair?
Woo! Even I'm not even put the 20 home runs out there, but give me something in the high teens.
Oh no, I need.
Well, no, come on.
But if you get anything else, there was
killed Nick Castellanos for giving us
20s.
We can't accept that.
If Adolis Garcia only has high teens,
what if he gives you 19?
If he doesn't give us a distinct,
you need 25.
If he doesn't give us a distinct improvement from Nick Castellanos, I'm going to raise holy hell.
Well, defensively, that's a good
start.
He's on the field, and so therefore he's already a better defensive replacement.
Right.
I don't
because he can cover a lot more ground.
I would say to you though, and it is something that got brought up on the One Phillies broadcast in spring training is. I can't remember. I don't know if it was Ruben that said it. No, was it Ruben or was it Ben said it? I don't remember a lot of games last year that you could point to, or even in previous years, where the Phillies lost because of their right field defense. I don't remember them. I don't remember them at all.
Well, I don't like that about the metrics because there was a metrics that was out there be like, oh, well, he doesn't have a lot of errors. He doesn't get to the ball though.
Right, and that's the metric.
So you need when you look at. One thing that for people that watch the WBC, which was really great baseball for anybody that missed it, it really was good, high-level baseball. The balls that the really good fielders get to, it makes you realize that maybe the player that you liked wasn't so good at the position.
You see what Bobby Witt Jr. was doing at shortstop?
Stop it.
I'm just
Bobby Witt Jr. is unreal.
Trey Turner is no longer making errors. But
you watch that, you're thinking, oh, so that's how it's okay. Got it. Manny Machado making plays at third. You're like, what's happening? Oh, is that okay?
He's making throws from where the third base coach is.
Third base coach, and it's on point. Right, Bryce Harper just doesn't even have to move. It's right there. So I get it. It was a super team, and it should have been. But when you're watching right field play in particular, you see like, so like everything that goes to the corner is able to be caught, or at least one-hopped, instead of like chased down in the corner.
The guy gets a double. And
that is a difference maker. So did it cost them games? Sure. What's the metric to measure that? I don't know. My eyeball saw sometimes where the guy should have been at first and all of a sudden he was at second because the play wasn't made because it was 3 bounced or 4 bounced or chased into the corner or you didn't judge it correctly. Is it an error? No. So the metrics are not going to weigh it out.
It's what, DVOA? Is that the stat? And Nick Castellanos, since they started tracking it, I think it was early 2010s, is historically the worst right fielder in it for that specific stat.
Yeah, that's defensive value over average, I believe, is what it's called.
Yeah.
Which is basically like, how do you compare to the average fielder?
Right. Is he the worst outfielder you've ever seen? No. Is he a very good one? Absolutely no.
Yeah, no, he gets to the ball.
Right. He found the baseball when it came near him.
Right. And if
he functions.
And if he could catch it, he was able to catch it.
Yeah, listen, he understands what he's supposed to do as far as...
That's why I needed a lot of improvement.
But
I need drastic
But you asked, are they better? Garcia is infinitely better. I don't know what his DVOR is, but I can tell you it's not what Castellanos is.
I need to see it, and I need to see it at the plate, too. Though.
Yeah, I need
to see it.
Oh, well, yes.
The plate has to be a massive improvement.
Need to see
Would you be happy if he did 20 and then hit 285?
If he had 285, sure. It's
285, that's not happening. No, how about I need like 28 home runs.
Like if he hit 19 home runs and struck out 150 times, that's Brandon Marsh.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need that.
That's not.
We already have that in the outfield.
He might not hit 19 home runs. All right, coming up next, we have not talked Eagles today. How about that? Is A.J. Brown going to be traded? Just kidding.
No.
The Eagles have been linked to a player they could trade for. So not trade away. Trade for. It'll cost them picks, and it'll cost them money. We discuss who and if we do it next. Kincade and Salciunas. Amy here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Dan White & Associates has been around for almost 40 years. Well, how do you stick around for 40 years, especially when you're dealing with people's money? Well, they help guide people in retirement planning and financial planning. So if you're starting out or if you're heading towards the retirement finish line, They have helped people by addressing their needs individually for years. DanWhiteandAssociates.com is where you can find out more on the web. They host educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, where you can go and be a passive listener, get a great meal, listen to what they do, and then you can set up your own complimentary, no-risk consultation where you can have a personal one-on-one conversation about your money. A lot of people find money conversations very intimidating and very awkward. Well, when you meet with the team from Dan White and Associates, you won't feel that way. They're going to help you find some certainty in your financial future. They're going to help you also find a way to create income in retirement that's going to help you support the lifestyle that you are looking to live. They'll stress test that retirement plan and say, yeah, you're right on track. Things are looking good. They take a different approach by educating you. You're going to feel better. Visit DanWhiteandAssociates.com, and please tell them John Kincade sent you.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Thunder take down the Sixers. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder 123-103. And Jared McCain's first return to Philadelphia last night. McCain had 13 in the game. VJ Edgecombe did have 35, career high in threes for the rookie, but not enough to overcome all the injuries. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m., and that's our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout night. Flyers have a huge game tonight against the Columbus Blue Jackets, 7 p.m. puck drop. Big-time playoff implications in this one as Columbus sits in third place in the Metropolitan Division. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Phils are on their way back up north after finishing up spring training yesterday. Their season begins on Thursday against the Rangers at the Bank. Dave Dombrowski met with media recently, talked about the youth infusion the team's going to have this year, including a brand new center fielder.
Crawford has done very well for himself. He's played well in center field. He's contributed from an offensive perspective. Again, he's going to be ninth in the lineup most of the time, but we like him a lot. He can fly, so he's had a good camp, and he's earned a spot.
We got you everything you need to get ready for opening day right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Amy Fidel remains with us for the remainder of the show. This update is brought to you by Comer & Cross. A Comer & Cross garage floor is like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Get a free estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or at comercross.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8:31 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. By the way, have we gotten any confirmation about the potential meteor that was around Philadelphia?
It wasn't potential.
What, a meteor?
It was a meteor Saturday night, 1:08 a.m.
All right, so that is confirmed?
No, it was confirmed. It was a meteor shower. It's a meteor shower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1:08 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, nice. All right. How about the one in Ohio? Was it Ohio that it
crazy.
actually
It was Ohio,
that actually like came through.
Yeah, hit ground? Crazy.
Is this a thing? I didn't hear a word about
there was
this.
a meteor shower over South Philly on Saturday night. Like it's one meteor.
Yeah, and then it breaks up in the atmosphere.
It breaks up. It's like a firework.
Like it made it to the ground in Ohio?
It's interesting because in South Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, you could just have like fireworks and they kind of look like a meteor shower.
Right.
But
And that could be at any time.
It could just be a random Tuesday.
Random. By the way, happy 25th anniversary, except for the bird. Randy Johnson, 25 years ago.
When he
today.
killed the bird?
25
R.I.P.
years ago.
By the way, he
today.
got a citation for that, right? I believe he got
What was the citation?
he got like a fine for that, for killing the bird.
I don't think
That doesn't sound right.
If anything, it had to have been like a
He got a citation, if I'm not mistaken.
PETA
for
tried to sue Randy Johnson.
No, I think he got a citation for killing the bird.
How in the world would anyone?
I don't think it's like it's because you can get a citation if you're on the beach right down the shore.
I thought that
if
was
you
the
hurt the
story
bird,
at the time.
because that's just
I will tell
malicious.
you if I'm wrong.
This isn't intent.
Bird death. I
Bird
thought
death.
There was a
Johnson citation. I cannot wait to see your Google history search. What is he looking up? Yeah, I don't
think he. Yeah,
I do remember like PETA was just like something. I don't. But there's what are you going to do? The bird flew into the flight path of the ball.
Bird should have better eyes.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
The bird's eye view, Hawkeye. I mean, it seems like they should know.
That's an amazing. That bird exploded.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah.
Can you imagine? And also,
did not survive.
Does that have you? Do you have a better appreciation for when people get hit by the players get hit by a ball? It killed a bird.
The New York Times.
And you're like, oh, you got to wear it. Do you have to wear it?
He did not get with the citation, but if you killed the bird in the area, there would have been a citation.
Well, yeah, I think it's like down the shore.
To be reviewed. You would be killed, but they did not give him a citation.
I feel like if you're down the shore, if you hurt one of the seagulls that comes to try to get your sandwich or whatever.
Did you see the story locally?
Yes, I did.
What?
Oh, yeah.
There's a guy that decapitated a bird last summer because it ate his daughter's French fries.
Yeah, like in front of everybody out the beach.
So he literally ripped the bird's
Put him
head
in
off.
jail.
Yeah, that guy got to jail.
No,
it was in front of everybody.
He went to jail.
He did get
yeah.
arrested.
Irony with the Randy Johnson thing, because I was looking up the potential bird citation. Apparently in 2008, a Randy Johnson was fined for hunting-related bird violations.
How about that?
Well, that's just
so there is.
Did Randy?
But I don't think that's
I'd imagine
the Randy
he'd know
Johnson
how
either.
to do it. It's
Just keep
good.
Randy Johnsons away from birds.
Yeah,
That's
I think
good.
that's
Well, now
fair
he just
point.
has a camera, so he's just
Yeah,
shooting
he's a
that way.
big photographer.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Jonathan Grenard has been a name that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks now. The Thomas family, not Connor so much, but his brother and his mom must be big fans of Jonathan Grenard because they are Vikings fans, and he's had some pretty good seasons with the Minnesota Vikings. Not so much last year, 3 sacks, but in 24 he had 12 sacks. In 23 he had 12.5 sacks. You go back to his sophomore season in Houston, he had 8 sacks with the Texans. But then he's had like these off years too. Some of them due to injury, and then some of them just like production just plummeted. The Eagles have been linked to Grenard for a while now. He's 28 years old. He's an edge rusher, which we all talk about. They still need to add to that room.
Oh, they do.
But it's going to cost them a pretty penny financially. I don't know if he's looking for a new deal, how that would cost draft pick.
They're talking yesterday about 2 third-day draft picks. Most likely, if not a second-day draft pick, like a third-rounder, and then like a 6th or a conditional 3rd and a 5th, something like that.
Right.
But they thought you could probably get away with it with 2 third-day draft picks because of what people are going to have to pay
to give him a new contract.
Right.
Because he wants the extension. He's got 2 years left on his deal. Wants an extension. Here's the concern: games played. 12 last year, 17 and 24, 15 and 23, 8 and 22, 12 and 21, 13 his rookie season. He's a guy that misses time.
Well, they traded for Phillips last year.
Yeah, and so they might like Jonathan Grenard. I don't know.
What I mean? They set that fear aside with Phillips, and it's obviously somebody they've identified. I'm more bothered by the fact that we all know about it. I mean, Zach Berman's writing about it. Jeff's writing about it. NFL Network's talking about it. NFL Live's talking about it.
Well, I think that's more on Grenard's camp because he has made it known that he wants to have the extension, and it's not happening there in Viking land.
Yeah.
So his camp is putting all this out there, and I think it does take a rocket scientist. Who are the teams that need an edge?
Yeah, but they're saying the Eagles want to trade for him. Like Zach's piece is the Eagles are interested in trading for him. That's coming from the Eagles camp that the Eagles are interested in. That usually never happens. We don't usually hear, we didn't hear anything about Jalen Phillips before it happened. We didn't hear that.
His name was mentioned.
His name was mentioned, but his name was mentioned. The Eagles were not prominent. Like, hey, we weren't on Jalen Phillips' watch. Wait for Jalen Phillips.
We were on edge rusher watch.
Yeah,
now,
but Jalen Phillips
here's
came
the deal.
out. Yes.
We're on edge rusher watch now, and who's
Is there any other names?
No, there's literally any.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
this
why.
is different.
But I think that's I think that's also why I think it's like a chicken and the egg. Like, did the Eagles' interest come before Grenard's name and camp were like putting him out there, or was it that? And they were like, absolutely. I don't think this is the only team that is interested in him, though. We're obviously here in Philadelphia, and it makes sense. But yeah, to your point, John, it's the Eagles are like, we're interested.
Yeah.
You don't maybe always hear that. I think you have at times, but there's no need to cover it up. You know that you need an edge. Here's a guy that's saying he's available for the right price.
And here's a guy that has had double-digit sack seasons, which this team has not really had.
I like the idea. I really do. I like the
Grenard?
idea. Yeah.
I also
Really
like.
do.
I'm not the biggest Nolan Smith guy. I like Nolan Smith the person.
Mm-hmm.
I like Nolan Smith the ability. It's the injuries which is a problem, and sometimes I am that guy when people tell me something's really good, like you have to watch this show. I will wait a little bit before I watch it.
Yeah.
A lot of people really, really like Nolan Smith, and I was like, well, let me see it first, and I haven't really seen that.
You've seen flashes.
Yeah, and look, the playoff run, the year they win the Super Bowl, set the franchise record for most sacks in a playoff season, right? So, congratulations. That's amazing.
Yeah, the injury history with him definitely gives you pause because you're so front and center with it. You're really well versed in it. It's not like you're learning from it from like a Jalen Phillips or Jonathan Grenard. This one, you're kind of looking at it from you're in it. You know what his injury history is. So I would think that would give maybe the Eagles a little bit of pause when they're thinking, oh, well, maybe we need a little bit more because we know exactly what's going on with this guy. Doesn't mean they don't trust him and think he can't bounce back, but it's like you know too much. And I would think Grenard, he had that one season where he did miss significant time. Everything else was just kind of like, well, banged up here and there, right? There was only one that was under 15. So it was like 17-15, but he had that 8 season.
He had 12 last year, 17
right,
24, 15 23. The 8 was in 22.
Yeah.
But then he missed 4 games in 21 and 5 games in 20. So,
and they would
that's a lot.
like to keep him, by the way. They would have liked to, but they know that they're not going to pay him down.
Right, they're not going to get that extension.
So they're like, they know that's
let's
not
get
coming,
something
so
for
it's
him
like,
now.
Let's get something
and
for him.
what's interesting for the Eagles is, remember, just last week, the cap numbers came out from Albert Breer.
There it is.
The Eagles have set themselves up in a place where they could do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this isn't they can't afford him. They could.
No, they could.
They have what? It was like the 6th most cap space still available going into the 2026 season.
He's sketchy, man. Howie's sketchy.
He's always working, man.
Always working.
And good.
You never know. I'm telling you.
It's like you never know where it comes from. It's always like, what?
If the IRS one day, if we said the big story on Action News, Brian Taft starts the news with the IRS came into Jefferson Health today. And
well done.
Took out Howie Roseman in cuffs. They finally looked at the Eagles books and figured out
wouldn't be
they've been
surprised.
cooked. No, I wouldn't be shocked because Howie's a wizard.
Damn
He's
right
he's like the villain in every Netflix show. He's that. How does he do it?
But he does it for good.
He does.
Yeah, it depends.
He's like the good villain.
He's like the good villain.
Yeah,
good
right?
for us.
Yeah.
For a
He's
city.
like Walter White.
Yes.
He's
one
our
city.
Walter White. He's doing it for
In the
right-
beginning, Walter White.
Yes, Walter lost his way.
He did. But in
Howie-
the beginning, he had a good heart.
Howie lost his way and then got put in the
meth.
broom closet.
Yeah, he
and
did.
came out of the broom
Then
closet.
he came back. That's a good point.
Yeah, Breaking Bird.
Let's
That's
go to-
also the Randy Johnson story.
Damn right. Wow.
Very
twice in
good.
one
That
second.
brings it
there you
full
go.
circle.
Let's go to
Connor.
Gary in South Philly. What's up, Gary?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Gary.
Hey, one of my daughters, Gerald McCain, is her favorite player. But I was listening to the station yesterday prior to the game, and that wonderful coach was getting interviewed. by your station. I'm not sure who, but he didn't even know what team he traded him to. After he was talking about him, he said, well, he's going to do fine with the Spurs. And whoever was interviewing him said, you mean OKC, right? Oh, yeah. Unbelievable.
Nick Nurse?
I must have missed this.
Yeah, I missed it.
I watched
too.
the entire press conference.
No, it might have been with D.
Yes.
Maybe D had it.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe
He
D
said
got
he's
it.
gonna
D
do
got
fine
Nick
with the
Nurse?
Spurs.
Yeah, maybe D got
And-
Nick Nurse.
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I didn't hear
Yeah.
that.
And your radio station and the person who was interviewing him said, you mean OKC, not the Spurs. Oh, yeah. Unbelievable.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll look into that one. Gary, thanks.
I remember Jared McCain saying he didn't know where he got traded
That's crazy.
because he was so
It
was just-
happened so fast.
He said it
I
happened so
remember
fast. He's like, I didn't hear OKC. I just heard the word traded, and he kind of like, started being reactionary, and then he had to. I didn't hear that.
I
Well, of course,
missed- I
if it
missed
was the
that one.
pregame, I was
You were a little busy. You were competing.
I was talking. He does a very good job, and I wish I could listen more.
Yeah, I will.
But you were competing.
Try to figure out what that was. All right, coming up next. I need a moment.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You guys might join in. I don't know, but I need a moment.
Uh-oh.
I need to ask the baseball universe why us. All right.
Uh-oh.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Keep it locked into 97. Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, it's 8:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. And I need a moment. I would like all of you to be a part of the moment, but I need a moment.
Share in your moment.
I can't wait to hear the moment.
I don't know if this is like just an echo chamber. Maybe other Phillies fans have been paying attention. Can somebody tell me why the baseball universe may look down upon us?
I mean,
what are you talking about? Have you seen the early schedule? They looked up on us.
Well, I'm not necessarily.
Wait.
I'm looking back.
Okay.
Do you guys remember just like how unbelievable Roki Sasaki was in the playoffs last year for the Dodgers?
He was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like
he was unbelievable.
Failed starter, so
he was fantastic.
Let's put him in the
pen and just
right. He was great.
Have him come in, throw absolute gas.
Closes out game one.
Okay. Well,
gets a big out in game two.
Is this the moment? Because right now it feels really sad.
What do you speak of?
Has the 3 innings?
I hear Sarah McLachlan playing.
Has the three shutout innings in the clincher? Roki Sasaki pitched the way they wanted him to.
Okay.
In the playoffs against the Phillies and other teams as well, but the Phillies games.
Okay.
Yes. Out of this world. Do you guys remember what happened before the season started last year?
What, the crying stuff?
Yeah, he was crying. He was a big baby.
And then they had to send him to the minors to work on things, and he was
to stop crying.
And he was
emotional,
really, really bad.
Yeah.
Have you seen him so far this spring?
No. I'm not locked in.
Yesterday he threw 30 pitches and threw just 13 strikes.
Batting practice.
Walked the bases loaded. Walked in a run. His game lines so far in spring for the Dodgers: an inning and a third where he allowed 3 earned runs. 2 innings where he allowed 4 earned runs.
Oh, yeah.
3 and a third where he allowed 3 earned runs. Yesterday, he pitched 2 total innings and allowed 5 earned runs.
Are they going to even put him on the roster to start the season? That is awful.
Oh, it's terrible.
Right to the minors.
But for 3 games.
Oh, perfect.
He was fantastic.
For 3 games against the Phillies.
Ice water.
He
wait.
was the guy they thought they signed.
Now, the Phillies cooperated a lot by not swinging at any strikes.
No, he was a stud. I don't think the Phillies helped him out at all. That dude was a stud.
He was great.
Against the Phillies in the playoffs.
The Phillies swinging at non-strikes, though, helps.
But he was a disaster for them all year.
Yes.
And has been a disaster so far this spring. But he
caught lightning in a bottle for 3 games.
Why?
As they say, that's baseball.
No,
it's like
that's not baseball. Because you don't all of a sudden just not melt. He melted. Remember, he cried because he was pitching
for hundreds of games.
Baseball has a lot of stories.
Yeah, look, I know Cody Bleepin Ross, right? Like
exactly.
His name's a curse word in my house.
Brandon Pfaadt.
But also, baseball is truly the game where averages are the most telling of what a player does, right? ERA, batting average.
The back of the baseball.
It's just that it means something. So to have a blip for 1 game, it's fine.
Yeah.
For a guy that literally couldn't control his emotions and would cry, and so much so that they're like, you have to get it together. We cannot have you here. We're going to send you down. He got it together.
At the hardest pressure time.
Yes, that's what's wild.
That's the part that was wild.
That's wild. It's like the biggest. He apparently can't handle spring training, but he can handle
the
playoffs. postseason.
And Citizens Bank Park, by the way. He can handle the bank.
Averages, they can make up for deficiencies, but the averages in baseball can also cover greatness. When you play 162 games or pitch as many as you do,
so bad.
You look at the average numbers as the encapsulation of what the players are. But you don't think about, hey, these guys, there are a lot of folks at the major league level who bat 250 who could have an insane series and just go 450 against your team in your day.
Cody Bleepin Ross.
A lot more guys than you think because 162 games puts a lot of folks just in the middle ground.
But this guy just figured it out during the playoffs.
A guy that had questionable mental fortitude to really kind of
the playoffs.
Man up during that time.
I got to ask you, is this a joke tweet or is this real?
What's that?
So, Jack Harris is the guy that I guess he covers the Dodgers. So he was posting Sasaki's line yesterday and how it's been bad all spring, right? He wrote a big article on it. John Heyman quote tweets it.
Oh.
Big concern for the 2-time defending champion Dodgers. Big concern.
Big concern?
He sucked last year, and they won the World Series.
Big concern?
Big concern.
I'll give you that maybe it's a concern because you thought he would be a nice piece out of your bullpen.
Sure.
But a big concern?
The Dodgers have 18 other guys that could fill that void.
The only big concern they would have is that Shohei Ohtani doesn't play baseball anymore. That's a big concern for them. Everything else is fine.
For them until late in the season last year, and they won the World Series.
Big that's used.
Big concern's a bit much for Roki Sasaki.
It's more of here's a minor issue.
That's a national reporter that's trying to say, hey, your team might have a chance this year.
Yeah, exactly.
You should
Don't give up. This guy who wasn't good might also still not be good.
Yeah. My God, he pitched in 10 games last year.
It's still the LA Invitational. It always will be.
He pitched 2 games in March,
10
4 in April,
games.
2 in May, and then they put him on ice until September.
Which is wild to think that they're like, you know who we're going with in the postseason? This guy. Remember Cry Guy? That's our guy.
Cry Guy's going to be
He's
our
our
savior.
guy. God bless.
Sorry, I needed a moment.
Yeah, you needed a moment.
That's a why. That's a why me. I don't like to do that often. I'm a very happy
man. You can't have
man.
nice things.
I have a great life, great family, but sometimes I have to ask why me when it comes to sports. Yeah. Why us? Why did Roki Sasaki figure it out and now suck again in spring training?
That's remarkable. 10 games.
You may ask why Brad Lidge put together 48 out of 48.
Hey, that goes against my agenda.
Brad Lidge put together 48 out of 48.
Yeah, it was great. It was amazing. It was very favorite.
That goes against my agenda.
And it went in your favor.
By the way, he did pitch really well for the Stros until Pujols hit it 600 feet.
Let's go to a different sport.
Which is fine.
I can't believe you, a voice in the city of Philadelphia, the home of Nick Foles' Super Bowl run, is giving a why
But the Patriots had theirs.
No, I know. But
the Patriots had theirs.
No, he had shown flashes.
We have not had ours. He had 27-2, baby.
He hadn't shown that.
He had shown flashes.
He hadn't showed outdoor Brady.
7 touchdowns.
1 game, Connor.
7 touchdowns.
Roki Sasaki never showed crap.
Might as well be playing the flag football tournament.
Come on.
10 games. That would be like Nick Foles making 1 series or playing 1 series and then coming in. That's literally like the number game.
I sat in
the number game.
I sat in that Christmas night game, and I never could have believed that Nick Foles, a month later, 6 weeks later, would have been great.
Throwing for 400 yards.
He sucked so bad against the. He
didn't suck for an entire season. He didn't suck for an entire season.
He was terrible.
One more thing on the Sasaki.
Oh no.
Oh no, there can't be another.
When he came back in September, they brought him back as a reliever. So his 2 outings in September were both relief.
Okay.
Again, it's like playing 1 series.
And then he figured out how to be a reliever for the Dodgers in the playoffs.
That's the most Dodgers thing of all time,
and not
isn't it?
Not mop-up role.
Like a guy who literally couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah.
They bring him back. He has 2 relief starts or 2 relief appearances in September, and then comes in October and is like,
Figures
"Got this. I'm all good."
But I don't got it.
No, any
5
other
months
time.
later.
I don't have it any other time. I've got this right now.
5 months later, I'm going to be the guy that you sent to the minors.
Very narrow window.
My God. All right. Coming up next, reset today's topics. We opened the show talking about the reaction to the Jared McCain threes last night where the Sixers fans were cheering. Curious, what other moments can we think of where fans welcome back players with love? Because it doesn't happen often. Unless we have emotional attachments to people. We'll go through some names coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Amy with us, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers win streak is snapped. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers fell to the Thunder 123-103 in Jared McCain's return to Philly last night. They had won 2 straight games, but unfortunately shorthanded against the defending champs. Made it tough to keep that going. VJ Edgecombe did have 35 and a career high in threes made for the rookie, but not enough to overcome all the injuries. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m. That's our 97.5 The Fanatic knockout night, by the way. The Flyers, they've got a gigantic game against the Columbus Blue Jackets tonight at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic, and you're going to want to because there's huge playoff implications in this one as they face the team that's 3rd place in the Metropolitan Division. The Phillies, they're heading north after finishing up spring training yesterday. Their season begins on Thursday against the Rangers at the bank. Dave Dombrowski met with media, and he talked about the rookies that made the club out of camp and how Andrew Painter's got some big-time expectations this year.
Painter's case, he's thrown the ball very well this spring. His velocity's been good, so even though he's a young guy coming up that can throw upper 90s, he can also throw his sweeper, his slider, and so he's pitched very well for us. So we're very happy with him, too. So he's earned it.
We'll get you ready for opening day all week long here on the Fanatic. Game FanDuel stays with the guys for the rest of the show. This update is brought to you by our friends over at Straight Talk Wireless. Every now and then you find a deal where you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. That's Straight Talk Wireless on Verizon's 5G network. Find it exclusively at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
Even if it didn't sound like Bedlam at the bank, it shouldn't because he doesn't play for the team.
That's
but that
correct.
is a crowd pop of Sixers fans, Philadelphia sports fans, cheering the opposing player hitting back-to-back threes. And Johnny, I usually hate doing this stuff.
What are you going to do?
I can't blame him.
I was worried today on the way in. Connor, I didn't tell you before. I was worried that was going to annoy you.
No.
I was worried because to me, I believe everybody who cheered last night, everybody who let their frustrations be heard, was completely justified. But I wouldn't go as far as to wear the opposing team's jersey or anything like that.
Right, of course.
I understood that frustration, and I felt it, and I understood it. I would never do it.
Okay.
I would never participate in it. But I understand how someone's frustration gets to that point.
Now back to the show.
All right, so that's what we've been talking about this morning. Yesterday, Jared McCain and the Oklahoma City Thunder were in town, and the Sixers lost, and that was not a surprise because Embiid's out, and George is out, and Maxey's out. Maxey gets reevaluated 1 week from today. Paul George looks to be back tomorrow following the suspension. Joel Embiid, God only knows. And he may not even know. I don't know at this point. We never know with Joel Embiid. But last night at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, there was applause from Sixers fans when Jared McCain hit back-to-back threes. There was an applause when he entered the game. And as I've been trying to say, forget the name for a second. That was a message to the front office of another young player that you moved on from prematurely. Like, you did not need to do this. And, of course, there's people that are so against the idea that Jared McCain could have been something that we go too far, or we say things like, what did you want them to do, Andrew? Just not trade him and then get nothing back in return? He's under contract for 2 more years.
Why would you be worried about trading him? There's 2 more years after this year.
And who knows? Like, he's not a max contract player. Maybe you could afford him to be a part of your team. Teams have paid bench guys before. Like, it's a thing. You can't do it.
Come on.
But we'll never know what he could have become. You said it earlier, Amy. Amy's with us. It's a Tuesday with Amy. He's probably playing at the level he's playing now because of who he's with, right? He's in a situation where there's a lot of good things that go on around him. But you know what else they did? They found ways to make it work. That the in between the legs dribble handoff that you saw yesterday, which was the second 3, they did that last week with Isaiah Hartenstein. He said, McCain himself, I used to watch Embiid and Maxey do the dribble handoff, and I thought that would be something that I could implement in my game. It wasn't him taking a shot at Nick Nurse, but it's also kind of a shot at Nick Nurse that they never found a way to incorporate his game that fits best for him.
Yeah, I mean, he had trouble getting on the court at the beginning of the season. Now, last year, that was not the case. He was utilized extensively.
Right.
He was making starts. He was coming off the bench and then making starts depending on injuries. So I don't think it was so much of they didn't know how to utilize his game. I think they did. It just they weren't sure where to put him. And it was the way that they play with the size that they needed. He did not fit into that particular mold. Now, it doesn't mean that he didn't fit into it at all, just at the moments. And so then when you're trying to get on the court and he's still hobbling around a little bit at the beginning from the knee, which is to be expected. I don't think there was anybody that thought that the disappointment of the hand injury. When he's finally started, and we played the quote from Nick Nurse, when he finally started to get going, you knew it was coming, and then it was just like he ran out of runway. I think that it's disappointing because you saw that it was coming, and I think that's where, for me, that's where it goes.
Sure.
I didn't see it there, and I saw it at times. When you saw him get in the game, you thought, oh, this is it, and then now he's out of the game. I'm like, oh, okay, that's not it. Maybe next time. So I kind of keep pushing it down the road, and he ran out of road with this particular team. I don't know what the thought process was as far as what lineups that they were going to work with. We've seen a lot of different lineups, even when all healthy.
Right.
It's not. I mean, obviously, health has really dictated everything we've seen recently. It's just, yeah.
Recently,
by the last 10 years is what I mean.
Amy,
recently.
Amy's been in a coma.
No, I've been here.
Glad to have her back.
Recently
on the show.
is
Yes,
10 years for
exactly.
me. But yeah, so it's great to see him doing this well. I don't know that you would have seen it because in what scenario would he be out there with Joel Embiid, right? Like it's Tyrese Maxey out there with Joel Embiid running that kind of pick and roll, running those fun plays. It'll be one of those questions of like, hey, what could have been? And it's going to be that way for a while. And I think that's where the fans are excited for him, yet sad for their team.
Yeah, and it's just another young guy. And look, I get it. You could use the first-round draft pick for something. We're all in the same understanding that there was probably another move that they thought they were going to make.
Oh, I believe absolutely. Because I don't think that Daryl Morey's a dope.
Right. I don't.
I'm not like there was something.
Yeah, you gathered up 4 draft picks, thinking you could turn into something that would help this year immediately.
But it was a major miscalculation on his part. It's
and
not a dope.
It's a gamble.
It's
a gamble.
unnecessary.
Correct.
That's the bummer.
That's the bummer.
Yeah, and if it turned into something, then we would have been like, oh, well.
Right.
Could have happened.
All right, let's go to Stan Drexel, and then we're going to try to figure out other players that made returns that got reactions like that. Stan, what's going on, man? See you tomorrow night, brother.
Hey, yeah, exactly. Yeah, good morning to everybody. Real quick before I get to my point, when Iverson came back, that first game coming back playing with Denver when he kissed the floor.
When he kissed the floor, man, I still remember it.
I don't really do this often. There's like literally that I can only probably count maybe a couple times on my hand. That's the one time where I really wanted the opposing player to go crazy, but obviously still lose, which he did. I think he went for like 38, but they lost. And like that was the perfect thing for me, right? Because AI was my guy and my childhood. He's the reason I started playing basketball. So it was just like it was great to see him come back because he got traded the year before Denver came to play Philly, or after Denver already played Philly. So that was a great moment. But as far as last night goes, man, I could tell y'all, man, and maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe that's just what it is, and I promise this is the last time I'm speaking about this. I'm done with it. Doesn't matter what anybody says. I'll let everybody have their own little things about it. I thought it was weak. I thought it was weak for people to cheer. The reason why is if you really want to protest, Josh Harris and the organization, don't show up to the game because that's going to hurt the pockets. That's going to make the revenue. Now when they're noticing that people aren't coming to the games because they're protesting the team, then you do that. But wearing the guy's jersey and coming there and cheering, like, I thought that was a weak move, me personally. And then I just look at the whole situation. I already stated it, so no need to repeat myself. I think people overrated him. I thought he was a rotational player at best. I don't think there's any losses that we had this year where if he played, we win.
Wait. You don't think they could have used him with all the injuries they've had?
No. You tell me a game. I'm telling you right now, you look back at blowouts, whatever game. You tell me a game where, man, if we had Jared McCain, we win that game. There's no game that they lost that you.
You can't say that because we can't. You can't dictate. No, because you can't go back and say that the game would have been played the same way because I didn't see McCain playing it.
But the reason why I'm going to say that, and I'm confident in saying that, is because when he did get played, everybody's always criticizing Nick Nurse for not finding a way to play him. The thing is, I need to win these games, and if you're being in the game and you're not being productive, I can't play you. So if he's getting in the game and he's playing 10, 15 minutes, and in these 10, 15 minutes, he's a liability on defense and also not giving, for whatever reason, the injury coming back, I'm not saying that didn't play a part, but that's just how it goes. I can't play you.
Wow. You're giving a lot of grace to Nick Nurse. You are giving a ton of grace.
No. I've been very critical of Nick Nurse, too, because I don't like a lot of the things he does. But in this specific situation, when a guy is getting in the game and he's not producing the way you need him to, I can't play you because I need to win the game. I don't have the luxury of being up 30 games, up, and I'm number one in my conference. I don't have that luxury. I have to play because I don't have anybody else.
Nick wasn't giving him a shot.
Thanks, Stan. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nick wasn't giving him a shot.
I see what Stan's saying, though, because he's saying they have the luxury out there in Oklahoma City that if he's going to go around and run around and put up 4 or 5 shots, he can do that because that's the role he plays there. Now, there's times where they're playing a team that's beneath them, well beneath them in the standings. Right. McCain's going to play more. For the Sixers' needs this year, you had to be that microwave scorer. You had to come in. You got 12 minutes. I'm going to need you to score.
I need you to score.
I'm going to need you to score. So I get his point in that regard. I don't know that we saw enough of Jared McCain to say he couldn't be that guy. That's kind of where I have like a little bit of pause.
Right.
Because I think that he could have been. I don't know. It's a TBD for me, which will never be determined because he's now not here. But the point of there's games where you could have used a guy who was Campaign was that guy a couple of years ago for the Sixers. He would come in, he'd give you 15 minutes, and he'd give you 12 points.
Yep.
The weirdest shot you ever did see.
Absolutely.
But it goes in at a pretty good clip.
Yep.
Right, so 15 minutes, 12 points, that was a couple of years ago. That's what you needed. On a consistent basis, when you have a guy that's, your 7th guy off the bench or whatever, your 7th man, that's who he needs to be.
It's just strange. Like this team, again, I want to say.
I'm not saying he couldn't have done that.
Forget.
You can't say that. A game that he didn't play in, they would have had no chance to win.
He certainly would have helped.
The day after the day they trade him, day of the deadline, you also have to take into account, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, there's an emotional factor. They loved him, right?
Yeah.
The day they trade him, they lost by 4 to the Lakers. Then they beat the Suns. Then they got destroyed by the Blazers.
Who stink.
Then they got destroyed.
That's not a bad Blazers.
They got destroyed by the Knicks, which but that was the 40. They lost by 40 that night.
That was right before the All-Star break.
And then they lost to the Hawks, who at the time the Hawks had not won.
The Hawks weren't on that. That was part of it. It was part of it, I believe. That began it.
And then they lost to the Pelicans.
They lost to terrible teams.
Those were bad. Those are some bad games.
They sagged. You could see from Tyrese Maxey.
They said it.
They sagged when he left.
There was a quote. We miss him. Yeah. We're not going to dwell on it.
They sagged.
They miss him.
Now,
fans can say all they want about, you're talking about a guy done that.
Right. And we get that. I don't think
talking about him and saying that he would have been helpful is putting him into the stratosphere of like he's Kobe Bryant coming through the door.
Correct.
He's not a 35-point scorer. He's not going to save your season.
Yeah, he's not Bam Adebayo. Come on.
Oh. He could be.
Sorry. Continue.
If you just foul him on purpose all the time.
Oh, did you hear there was I can't remember who it was, but there was a player that was in the Wilt game that said, they did that too. And I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Revisionist history. I'll have to pull up the radio archive clip, guy. But no, I think that to say that he wouldn't have been helpful is a little disingenuous. I'm not saying that he's a guy that's going to get you 17 points every single time he goes out on the court. But he could have been a player that could have been a 10 to 12 point guy as a microwave scorer. That was the role they were asking of him. You didn't see it, but it doesn't mean you're not going to see it.
All right, you ready for a blast in the past?
Yes.
So Stan brought up. We'll get into some other players that had their return.
Oh, the AI
and
one.
He brought up the Iverson.
That was a good one.
The first time the two teams played each other was actually in Denver. So he made his return to Philadelphia later on that year. But I have that box score, the first time the two teams played each other.
In Denver?
In Denver.
How many shots did he put up?
So Carmelo was out with a suspension.
Oh.
So Iverson took 24 field goal attempts. He scored 30 points, had 9 assists en route to a Denver loss. Some players on the Nuggets, Marcus Camby. How about Earl Boykins? Loved him. Linus Kleza, Lithuanian, you got to show some respect. Reggie Evans, Sixer great.
Reg.
Here was your Sixers team that day.
Big handsome.
Andre Miller, who they acquired in the trade.
Yes, great player for them.
Andre Iguodala, Sammy D, Rodney Carney, that was part of your starting five, including Joe Smith.
Old man Joe from Maryland?
Who played for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 NBA teams.
Yeah,
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did.
He played
Joe Smith
12?
Yeah, from Maryland.
12 NBA franchises.
Number 1 overall pick. Everybody just kept catching lightning in a bottle with him. He would come in and be really good for literally 2 games.
I would have guessed that nobody.
I was going to guess 10. I knew it was a lot.
I would have guessed 9.
Yeah.
I would have been like, no, no one's ever gotten to 10.
How about this? The big night off the bench. Kyle Korver, 26 points. How many threes did he hit?
5.
Only 2.
What?
Got to the rack a little bit.
Kyle Korver driving the basket, man.
Wow.
And, of course, one of my favorites, Willie Green. Love Willie Green. All right, moving on. Players that you can remember getting a big reaction when they return. Obviously, Chase Utley.
Chase is one.
That's like the
outrageous,
the biggest one. So much so that when he
it was
hit
like
a home
every
run,
time too.
Yeah, and when he hit the grand slam,
yeah,
it was
that was the
nuts.
problem. Rooting against your own team.
Usually, when players
no
return,
it's one thing you get like a nice little like
you
thing,
should,
you get the
should
video.
do that. Right.
Yeah,
but now like every at bat, like okay.
Can you think of other players that made a return? So much so that maybe not last night. I don't think somebody said I need to buy a ticket to see Jared McCain.
No, I think you had those tickets because you probably wanted to see the Thunder.
Right. That's a good point. Have there been players that you can remember where people were like, I need to get to the ballpark or
that
the
played
rink
here in Philadelphia?
and you
that's an
wanted
important
to,
distinction.
You wanted to pay the respect when they came back.
Reese was another one. I'm just thinking recently.
Reese got a good one when he
did.
returned. That's a good
that you
because
bought the ticket to go see them to help to welcome them back. See, that's a very important.
Or it's like it's a part of the.
There's
package.
players that like came back that you might have already been there that you're like, oh, I'm gonna give that guy a nice round of applause. I liked him.
Well, Reese was a weird thing because his last chance was the World Series, and then he blows the knee out.
Yeah,
in
so we
spring
didn't
training,
see him.
Doesn't play the last year, and then it's just like, damn, what could have been?
Yeah, the bat spike was one of the last memories.
It's a great one though.
In a Phillies uniform. It's sad. One of my last memories of Reese is him sprinting from first to second. Remember they were trying to see. They were trying to see if he could play for them in the playoffs as at least a bat.
It was like in the
bench.
warm-ups. They were trying to.
And they were having him do sliding drills at second base
To see if he
and
could come in.
You could just tell he looked.
That was tough.
No,
it wasn't good. Anthony Bruno says Giroux.
Anthony Bruno.
Dawkins. When Dawkins came back with the Broncos.
Outrage.
That's true.
Broncos Dawkins. I feel like there's people that came out to pay him respect.
You weren't to remember this, but and you weren't here. I can tell you the Reggie White return game was huge.
Okay.
Was huge because everybody hated Norman Brayman. Like the Eagles owner. They hated him so much. And they came back, and Green Bay came back. And if I remember right, when he came back, it was one of those throwback jersey type of days.
Okay.
Like it was like one of those bad throwback
like the
jerseys.
Steagles jerseys or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. I know it was.
Frankfurt jersey.
It was so huge when Reggie came back. That day was monumental. It's burned into my brain how big that event
Yeah, because they also hate the owner, to your point.
They hated.
Yeah.
Norman Brayman was so hated that it was unbelievable. Like it was, the buildup of that was crazy. For that week, for that game and everything. And the Eagles ended up winning on a late field goal.
How about that?
A couple good
Giroux's
ones on the Davis Honda text line.
All right, tell us about it. And it's like we applauded, not With all Trevor Rice, who hates my takes on Alec Boehm. I love you, Trevor. Thanks for being a part of the show. Was Worth's return? What was Worth's return like? I feel like he had a good one. No, this city for whatever reason hated Jason Worth. I said I don't. You and I had the same take.
Guy got his money. Go crazy, dude.
Why
go for
it?
it.
I never understand.
Fans did not like that he went to the Nationals. Not only because it's individual, it's individual, but it's like, really, you went from a winner to that team?
Yeah,
but get your money, fella.
Dude, go get paid.
But people
and tell people
that was not.
And you know what? All those people, the hoagie mouths that were booing him, would have done. They would have done the exact same thing. Oh, you're a plumber.
Cole Hamels when he
you're
came
a plumber.
back.
You're a teacher. You're a lawyer. You're a whatever. Oh, you could get paid this much more money to go. These people are offering it to you. They would absolutely be doing.
Cole Hamels, good answer.
Yeah, I feel like that was
like a lot of it's tail end of career guys.
It's like paying. Yeah, it's like paying respect for the overall.
So I should skip over the J.D. Drew one.
Skip that one.
Now, you guys don't have any memory of that, right?
Charles Barkley is a name that multiple people have brought up.
That's a good one.
Well, and that was another ownership thing, right?
No, Charles forced his way out. He was pissed.
Well, he was pissed.
But Charles forced his way out. Like he didn't have to go.
But did he get a good reaction per hour?
Oh, we love Charles. Yeah. Charles is a rock star here. I mean, how could you not love Charles? There were people who hated Charles though when he left.
Yeah, everyone in San Antonio.
There were people. No, there were a lot of people who hated him because he is the one who begged out. He's the one who forced his way out. And remember, Charles is one of those people that in his career here was a very controversial figure. He was a guy who people had very complicated opinions on because he was, they had the one where he threw the guy
out the window,
the little person through the window at the bar. Did you know that story?
No.
Yes, he was at got in a little skirmish and he threw a little person through a bar window.
Got it. Okay.
And it was one of the, it was very
Listen, the guy's probably talking greasy to him.
Yeah.
Okay?
But he was a little person.
What else we got?
Interesting one here.
Comparatively, I'm a little person compared to Charles too. So
not a player. Andy Reid has been brought up.
Oh, I don't know that I would buy the tickets.
The Chiefs
for that.
It was a Thursday night game.
I remember that
Thursday night game with the Chiefs.
I remember this game.
And Andy won.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, but I think Andy got a very warm.
Absolutely.
Reception.
Did he? I don't remember.
Yeah.
No, very warm.
Yes.
Very warm reception, but not. Remember, a coach, you're not cheering during a game.
It was. I think a lot of people look at the Andy Reid era as it was fun while it lasted. It was time to move on.
And it was.
Good luck to you.
And good luck to. I don't think anybody was right.
I don't think anybody was like the second time he came back, and the third time, and the fifth time, whatever else. You've got Patrick Mahomes. We've moved on. But definitely the first time, I do remember
it was
a really nice reception.
Warmly received.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, if we can get more answers on that on the Davis Honda text line, we appreciate it. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out, Davis Honda in Burlington. Connor, let's get the update on the Dr. Avi Don Appel Iron Mountain Men's Health Poll. Polls are always strong in the morning, thanks to him. They're strong in the afternoons as well. What do we got?
Nearly 500 votes on this one. A lot of people checking in. And the question, are you okay with the Sixers fans that cheered after Jared McCain's back-to-back threes last night? 85% saying yes, 15% saying no.
And we've only had the one text that was against it, and Stan call. For there's a reason why it's 85%. Majority of people were okay with it yesterday. People that weren't.
Do you think it would be different if it was a team that you would face more often?
Yeah, if he was on Boston,
right?
Hell no.
Or the Knicks,
hell no.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
You know what I mean? I think, and I said that at the time. Like, I think it's helpful to wrap your brain around it. One, to know that he's a great guy and you wish him well, and then he went to a good situation, but he's in the West.
Yeah, you're not going to see the Thunder again until the Sixers make the finals this year.
Correct.
When?
Which is
when in June?
I like your
when the Sixers make the finals.
See you in June.
Yeah,
and then we won't cheer. Jared.
No.
Then it's war. When
it's on. Then it's on.
If Jared,
but I think it would be different if he was like playing for the Celtics or the Knicks.
If he's hitting big shots for them though on a championship run,
oh boy, that's gonna kill us.
It's gonna suck.
You mean like Isaiah Joe did last year in the playoffs for him?
No, the two guys that we just threw out. We left out on recycle day.
Doc Rivers tried to turn Isaiah Joe into a point guard. I still remember him and Korkmaz. He tried turning them both into point guards.
Oh, but Maxey wasn't a point guard.
Yeah, Max couldn't play.
You don't know basketball.
Yeah, thanks. All right, coming up next, we'll go to Vegas. Sound good, Johnny?
Late August, baby.
All right, we'll do that next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's be honest. Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car, especially if you're someone like me that going into that process, you had no idea what you were looking for, and you're just walking in and you're like, all right, what can I get? I need to find the nicest one for my soon-to-be fiancé and then soon-to-be bride. There's a ton of pressure because you want to have the good experience, you want to have the great ring, but you don't really know what you're doing, so you're worried about that sales pitch. Well, that's why you go to Family Company Jewelers. That's where I went, and I'm speaking off of experience. Family Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, is changing the way people buy jewelry by making it simple. That's nice for me. Honest, we all appreciate. Pressure-free. No sales commissions, no upselling, no games, just real transparent pricing. In fact, so transparent that when you walk in there, every engagement ring actually has the prices clearly listed next to them. Same with all of their jewelry at the store. So even if you're not in the market for an engagement ring, but you're looking for diamond stud earrings or a nice watch, right? We got Mother's Day, Father's Day coming up right around the corner, and you're looking for a nice gift, the prices are right there. You're not getting bamboozled. You're not getting a different price than the next person. So check them out. They're family-owned, family-run. They're focused on doing right by every customer who walks through the door. They've done me right multiple times, multiple stops at Family Company Jewelers. Stop by their showroom, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. You can always go online, familyjewelers.com, but go to the showroom. They're incredible people, and they have a great selection. So go see them, Route 70, Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers fall in McCain's return. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers lost to the Thunder 123-103 last night. And Jared McCain's first return back to Philadelphia since the trade deadline. McCain had 13 in the game. VJ Edgecombe 35 and a career high in threes, but that was not enough to overcome all the injuries for the Sixers. Sixers back in action tomorrow night against the Bulls at 7 p.m. That's our Fanatic knockout night. The Flyers, they have essentially a knockout game against the Blue Jackets. They'll still have some room to work with after, but it's a huge one tonight at 7 p.m. The Jackets third in the Metropolitan Division, so the Flyers need to pick up points on them if they want to make a playoff run. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. Phillies are heading back up to the bank after finishing up their spring training slate yesterday. Their season begins on Thursday against the Rangers. Dave Dombrowski recently met with the media, talked about some of the young players getting their chance this year, including one Justin Crawford.
Crawford has done very well for himself. He's played well in center field. He's contributed from an offensive perspective. Again, he's going to be ninth in the lineup most of the time, but we like him a lot. He can fly. So he's had a good camp, and he's earned the spot.
We'll be getting you ready for opening day all week this week here on the Fanatic. Amy Fidel still with us for the remainder of the show. This update is brought to you by WeatherBug. Get the fastest local alerts and accurate 24/7 forecast with WeatherBug. It's easy to use, so the weather never takes you by surprise. Download the free WeatherBug app today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic.
Sean Connor, Kincade and Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to bagster.com.
All right, it's 9:32 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Just had a therapy session with John Kincade during the commercial,
gotta get it out.
By the way,
break.
1973. People have it on the web, and some people are selling them even.
Well, they didn't appreciate going to that game, did they?
1973.
They didn't appreciate that. Their dad took them to that game, and they're selling it on eBay.
The Phillies,
35 years later.
The Phillies had almost 50 years. 50
I have no
years
idea. I always do that with my math.
Years.
Willie Montañez, bat day.
We were randomly talking during the break. That was my dad's favorite player as a kid.
1973.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. I hadn't even turned 9 yet. And I got that bat.
And then you played with it.
And I played with it. And Tom was not happy.
How dare you?
That I played with
Dare you play with a child's toy?
We can't even give out hot dogs anymore. There's no way they're giving out bats anymore.
Connor, they gave out bats to the kids 14 and under, and they gave them out as you came into the stadium.
No, that's a great idea.
And we had bats, and they would have batting helmet day. You got a real batting helmet.
That's awesome.
And you got it when you were coming into the stadium.
What are the Mets in town? Bats and batting helmets day.
Do they do the sliding glove nowadays?
Oh.
What would be today's baseball giveaway?
A sliding glove is
the sliding glove, the mitt. That's one. Do you get your own personal
little necklace?
The necklace.
The necklace.
What's
really
the pitch com? You get your own pitch com.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Pitch com day.
Did you see how much of a deal they're making about that kid from the Tigers with the necklace?
That's a lot of necklace.
It's a lot,
to be honest.
And some of the veterans told him to tone it down.
I feel like, the first time he rolled out there, he had like 4 of them, and I'm like, you need to have more hits than necklaces.
He made more errors than necklaces.
Yeah, that's
he had like 4 errors.
The
in
bad
his
ratio.
First spring training game, and he was out there like he was, Willie Mays Hayes.
Yeah,
get your swag
Yeah,
off,
he had the
kid.
Mr. T starter set. You don't need that. It was a little much. And then the next time you see he's down to 1, I'm like, all right, but it's just so big. It's just an ostentatious necklace. It's not like a subtle.
A lot of neckline.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Listen, you're going to own it. Just go for it. But try to back it up a little bit at the plate, guy.
All right, let's go to Vegas, shall we?
Yes. Anytime.
Right. See you soon.
Anytime.
We'll start with baseball. So I was curious this morning before the show because we got Sixers Flyers playoff pushes. So I was curious to see what the updated playoff odds are for the Sixers and Flyers. But just to give you the baseball one, because earlier today we told the people about Spencer Strider starting the season on the injured list. And the Braves are a team that I still kind of have my eye on because that lineup is really dangerous. But their rotation is dropping like flies right now.
Their rotation's in terrible shape.
Which is exactly what happened to them a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And they really fell off.
About 2 weeks ago, the Phillies were 3rd in NL East odds. They are now 2nd. The Braves dropped to 3rd with the latest news. The Mets are still the odds-on favorite to win the NL East.
Which I can't understand.
Yeah, like the Phillies' rotation just makes me feel pretty comfortable that they win the division again.
Thing is, though, there is a strange thing, though. The Phillies' win total has went down 3 in 2 months.
Yeah.
Season win total to bet over under.
Is it in the 80s now? 89 and a half?
Really?
89 and a half.
Seems low.
It went down from the Phillies' win total has gone down from 92 and a half in late January to 89 and a half in late March.
Part of me wonders there was no 100 win teams last year.
So it's just like it's just coming back to the.
Is that going to be a trend?
And the Dodgers are the only at 103 and a half.
And they were over 100 last year and didn't meet that mark.
They did not.
No, they were 101 last year.
No, they didn't reach 100. There was
they didn't reach 100. No one reached 100. That's right. No one. They were behind the Phillies.
Remember,
that's right.
Game 1 and Game 2 were
that's
here.
Right.
That Rob Thompson blew.
No one got to 100 last year.
Some of those games. Mets and Yankees 90 and a half. Seattle 90 and a half. So they're the only teams with higher numbers than the Phillies.
And then the Dodgers.
And then the Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers 103. We said they're the only one with over 100. They're at 103 and a half.
So the next choice is 90?
90 and a half is
So it goes
Seattle.
103 and then.
Yeah. 13 games.
13 games.
Seattle, the Mets, and the Yankees 90 and a half.
Oh, 13
And then
difference.
the Phillies at 89 and a half.
Wow.
Then it drops to the Cubs at 88 and a half and
I mean,
Braves.
listen,
Braves
90 is still
87
a
and half.
lot of wins. It's not like those are not a lot of wins.
Yeah,
but
it's still
it does seem a little
Still
low.
a lot of wins. All right. Sixers. To make the playoffs is the bet.
The actual playoffs or to make
to make the actual playoffs. So that
not
means,
the play-in tournament,
right? If you are a play-in team, you have to win said games.
Right. You have to be in once April 18th comes. You're in the postseason.
Only yes is the favorite, but only minus 194. No is at plus 144. I can't imagine they don't make the playoffs, but
I don't see a scenario.
Injuries. What else is new?
I mean, injuries. They're currently dealing with injuries.
No, but I'm saying like if these guys.
So
come
you're
back,
looking at 13 games right now with the majority of the injuries. With Tyrese Maxey, Kelly Oubre, obviously Paul George, and Joel Embiid, and they're 6 and 7.
10 games left.
6 and 7 and 13 games without Tyrese Maxey, basically.
They've actually kept.
You're held water.
They
held
benefited.
water.
The schedule has been a real benefit.
Yeah,
for
coming
them.
out of the break, it was the 8th easiest schedule. It does have some really big games coming up, and they close out. You're hoping some of these games so they don't have anything to play for because there's some tough teams toward the back half.
Yeah,
But
you really hope.
Yeah,
so.
the Heat Hornets games, those are the biggest. Those are
Yeah.
the biggest of the season coming up this weekend.
Speaking of the Hornets, if you're looking at the conference, to win the Eastern Conference,
Yes.
That's a bit of a pipe dream.
Plus 10,000.
What kind of pipe?
A strong one. Sixers are plus 3,300 behind the Hornets at plus 2,700, and then it just plummets. Pistons plus 700. The Cade Cunningham news drops them.
Yeah.
Knicks plus 390. Cavs plus 270. Celtics plus 190. So the dreams of
Celtics are
winning the
right
Eastern
there,
Conference probably not that strong.
Mm-mm.
Interesting that their odds to make the playoffs aren't that heavily favored. I feel like I would take that minus 194.
Me too.
And put a solid chunk down that they make the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like, and I know it's Philadelphia, and we always talk about when they get healthy, and that's the same refrain we've said for years at this point. But I'm not even talking about like fully healthy. I'm just talking about like 1 or 2 extra people.
Right.
Because the way it's just to make the playoffs. So if you're still sitting in that 7-8 spot, you just have to win the one game and you're in.
And you made the playoffs.
I feel like I really like their chances.
And if you
for that
lose,
scenario.
you have another shot because you're one of those two teams.
Now, you win the 7-8, you're most likely going to play Boston.
As of right now, you'd be playing the Pistons.
Pistons are behind Boston? I mean, yeah, behind
You play the one.
that Boston doesn't pass them.
Yeah.
I think Boston's going to pass them.
I don't
You don't
know.
think there's enough games?
They're 5
I don't
games
think there's
back with
enough.
10 to play.
Oh, no, that's not doing it then.
If this
Yeah, it's
was
not.
when they first started talking about Tatum coming back, I thought there's a chance the Celtics could pass the Pistons.
Not now. You're right.
And then
You're right.
you ran out of runway.
So do you want to be the 8?
Yeah, I think
Cade
that
So
Cunningham's
you
out.
don't want to.
Hello, Derrick Rose.
So if you were the 7-8 game,
you're good with that.
do you not want to win the first game?
I mean, I think you get in, you get in. When you start playing the game of trying to line up who you're playing, you will always lose that game.
Who's the 4-5s right now?
4-5 Cavs, Raptors.
Raptors. Are the
Okay,
five.
right now
Raptors
I'm
are
telling
going the
you
wrong
this.
way.
I'm telling you this. It's stupid.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Amy's like,
Don't
you're
do
telling me
it.
it's stupid.
Every team
Lose?
that's ever
Okay.
thought that and been like, hey, I'm going to line myself up so we can play with.
Be the
No.
8. Be the 8.
No.
I'll take my chances with the Pistons and take my chances because remember the NBA does the stupid we don't reseed.
Yeah, we don't reseed.
So then you get the 4-5 line team. I'll take that is a much easier path to the Sixers doing something that they haven't done.
Johnny, you're on to something.
In 25 years. The Sixers have not done something in a quarter of a century. Lose the first game. If you're in that 7-8 game, lose.
How about this?
Just lose.
How about don't be in the play-in?
There you go.
No, that'd be great.
Call
That'd
it
be
a
great.
day.
Win
Get into the
games
6.
and
No,
get
that
to
would
the
be
6 seed.
okay. That would be great.
Or
but
even the 5th seed.
But
Still
if
possible.
The Raptors don't seem to be playing that well right now.
You're
So I
game
don't
and
think
a
they're
half
going to
back.
come down.
I can't believe the Raptors.
They have the tiebreaker with the Hawks. That's what hurts them right now because they have very similar records or they've been basically sharing the record, but the Hawks
Right.
have the.
I have a new dream.
John, you
I
want
could
them
tell.
to be the 8th seed.
Yeah, you want to know your universe prize for wanting the Pistons? Tobias Harris, 40-point game at Xfinity Mobile
Tobias
Arena.
Harris, no, 40 missed shots game. Or no,
That's what the universe will do to you.
0%.
40-minute game, 0 shots
Yes.
taken.
He'll be a +1.
Yeah, that's Tobias Harris in the playoffs. Now on the ice, the Flyers to make the playoffs. Yeah, value bet
12.9
plus 310 to
Yeah,
make the
12
playoffs.
That's a good
by the way,
value.
Their odds are now up to 12.9.
That's a
going
value
into
bet.
tonight.
I would put some money down for the
If
Flyers.
they
to
win
make the
tonight,
playoffs.
it jumps. It will jump significantly.
Yeah, so
A win
jump on
tonight
it now.
Jump significantly tonight. So if you believe the Flyers are going to do something here and make this interesting and get it done, tonight's a game. Tonight really changes everything. if you can win the night, because the Chicago game on Thursday night is one you should be a 3-foot putt. Did you make your 3-foot putt yesterday?
I did. I putted.
Okay.
I putted very well.
Then you should say, look, tonight's Game 7, beat Columbus, beat Chicago.
Oh yeah, man.
And then then all hell breaks loose as far as their chances to make the playoffs.
Speaking of, coming up next, we preview tonight's big game.
All right, let's go.
John Kincade yesterday surprised me. He called it a must-win game, even though John is a person that says, unless mathematically you're out, there's no such thing as a must-win game. But he went against his own beliefs yesterday. We'll talk about it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
From the city that
College Guy to produce. Charity comes in many forms. Kincade Salciunas is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
All right, it is 9:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, before we preview tonight's monster Flyers game, the Athletic, 2 baseball nuggets. The Athletic first ranked each lineup going into the 2026 MLB season. They published this last night. Where do you believe the Phillies come in out of all 30 teams?
6th.
Amy?
I was going to say 6. I'll go.
Then say it with me.
I feel like Price is right. I can't say the same thing.
All right.
I'll go 5th.
All right.
I'll go 7th.
10th.
What?
Wow. I got to hear the 9 in front of them.
Dodgers, Yankees.
Okay, no problem.
The Orioles are at 3. We just talked about this during the break. They won 100 games, 3 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago? And they got Alonso.
They're interesting. They just had a really
How many did they
weird
win
year.
last
They had a really
year?
bad
Right.
year, though. They had a really bad year.
It's like the whole team
So
sucked at the
really,
same time.
they're banking on some of those young guys to really come through.
And we were talking about division winners. I would never bet the AL East because I don't know.
You have no idea.
Yankees, Red Sox would get hot.
Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays literally were in the World Series. And then you have this Orioles team that won 100 games a couple of years.
One of my buddies texted me the other night in a baseball draft. He was doing his fantasy draft.
Yeah.
And in the thing he had the guy in front of him, Max Fried was on the board and Christopher Sanchez was on the board. And the guy in front of him took Max Fried over Christopher Sanchez.
That's
can't be doing
stupid.
that.
You don't
That's
take an
ignorance.
American League's pitcher like that.
No, you can't be taking that.
Stupid.
So Blue Jays 4,
That AL East
Okay, I
is
like
ridiculous.
their lineup better.
Braves 5,
I like their lineup better.
the Metropolitan 6th, the Cubbies 7th, the Brewers
No.
8th, and then the Sox, the Red Sox.
That could be.
Yeah.
You said White Sox.
I guess the Phillies could. Yeah, that's.
I can
about
see
right.
them 8th. I don't like
That's
that
about
Brewers
right.
team.
The Brewers, I don't like.
I'm not
either.
surprising anybody.
They saw
I never
more
believed in them
pitches.
last year, but yeah. So there's 10th. The other thing, you and I talked about this a couple weeks ago, and you're a rulesman, so you're like,
Yes.
the rules are the rules. People are already starting to complain about something that I knew they would complain about.
What?
The curveball that hits the top of the zone.
And then
It's a strike.
It's a strike.
it doesn't finish there.
Shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be.
It is.
It shouldn't be.
It should be. Why should it
When they-
not be?
It's a quick side note.
Step in a box and we'll tell
No.
you.
Well-
Why should it not be?
Quick note. When they're giving the measurements, they were measuring these guys in their cleats, right?
I do not know. We
Good
talked about this in
question.
What's
headlines.
the point? I know. That's why I was listening. As I was sitting right there, and I thought, who cares if the guy's 5'10" without his cleats on? His
Yeah, I
strike
would
zone, he's
imagine-
wearing them. I would imagine, right, that it's wearing cleats.
Yeah, and then somebody shows up with cleats that are like
That's what I mean.
Is
like
it
Bugs Bunny
Is it
cleats.
Jessica Mendoza?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Jessica Mendoza, on the last broadcast that I heard her on, she was like, it's so funny. And they were talking about the automatic strike zone and ball strike calls. She said it is very funny to her that in all the clubhouses she goes into and all the players she talks to, it's media members and fans that complain about the ball strike system 10 times more than the players who are subjected to it themselves. That she ever hears players compare. The players have no problem.
No, but some of the players are complaining about the curveball one.
Yeah, but I mean, they're just like, but it's
You've been your
much
whole
more.
life.
Your whole
you've been
life.
Told, lay off the high curveball.
Yeah,
like that's
it's not a strike,
the
but it
whole
is.
life. And now all of a sudden it's just kidding.
Just kidding. It's a strike.
It's
You
a
better go
strike,
ahead and
man.
learn
It's
how
a
to hit it.
Adjust.
All right.
Adjust.
That's a tough adjustment, man.
Adjust. Not, but first off, the amount of pitchers that can truly place it, that's going to be. It's an art.
At the major league level, there's plenty.
It's an art form.
It's,
and you
it's
got
an art form.
and you need to adjust.
Then again, pitchers were never trained to throw curveballs
Correct.
high. So
Correct. They're not.
You
They're
know.
not. They're not keeping pitches up in the zone.
You hang it, you bang it, you know?
Tim Kirchin talked about it. He's like, no pitcher's being taught to keep pitches up in the zone. It's almost like mistakes.
Well, we can ask him
Yeah,
ourselves
it's a
when
good
he
miss.
joins us at 9 a.m. on Thursday.
And that's a
There you
beautiful
go.
thing.
Good job,
Hey.
Connor. Good plug.
Good tease.
All right, Flyers tonight. John Kincade, who is
He's locked in on this one.
calling games must-win games when mathematically it's not an actual must-win game, but you are still saying that it is. I'm proud
Well,
of
if you want to do math, on this one, it's bad. This is a bad one if you let Columbus get a point. Because you got to track down Columbus as one of the teams that you have a chance to track down right in front of you.
Right.
You're 5 points behind them. You got one game in hand. So you need them to leave the building tonight where you're 3 points behind them with one game in hand.
Yeah.
So you can't let them get a point. You let them get out with the point in the game 2 Saturdays ago that I was at. Can't let that happen again.
Yeah, when you're chasing down teams, it's such a big swing.
Can't be a 3-point night tonight.
Yeah.
It must
Such
be
a big
regulation win. And I told Amy something bold and beautiful.
Did.
What did you say?
This may be wrong. I'll go 5-2 tonight. 5-2 Flyers.
Flyers win 5-2.
And Flyers score 5 goals.
But they're coming off the West Coast road trip, Johnny.
They do. And Bob Cooney has taught me that over the years and said, coming back after
Is that
road
Jim Lynam's? That's his number one thing is beware of the first game back.
Okay.
That's basketball.
I have had the gut instinct that the Flyers are going to lay one on the Jackets.
You want to go? So you would go spread? You would?
Yeah, I would go.
What is the spread?
I would lay. The hockey line's always.
I know it's like 1 and
Columbus is minus 137.
Okay, well, I'm absolutely taking the Flyers. I would absolutely take the Flyers tonight. I just have I've had a very good feeling about this game.
Prop goal scorer bets too.
Yeah, see, I'm afraid of that.
All right, if
you got 5 goals, I think you have a pretty good chance of finding one of those guys.
Let's go. You say 5-2. Let's just go minus 2.5. All right.
Okay.
Flyers minus 2.5.
How about How about go 1.5? Just in case.
1.5 is what I said.
Just in case Billy Big Balls.
Yeah, 1.5.
No. Just to put it together for me. Let's hear.
All right, minus 1.5, and then you would go the over. The over under is 5.5 goals.
I'm going the over.
All right, so if you put $10 down on that, you'd win $37.
Okay.
All right, good value.
And then you know what I would throw in a. What if you threw in a Trevor Zegras?
Yeah, give me a goal scorer.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
There's 5 goals, so I think you have a good chance of hitting one of those guys.
Trevor Zegras goal.
He nets one.
Damn, y'all trying to make money. I'm trying to make playoffs.
All right, so
just
another
win.
$10 would win you $81.
There you go.
I think I'd probably do that.
All right, now if you weren't a coward.
Oh, and did 2.5?
And we went back to the 2.5.
If they win
that's a lot more.
The Flyers, if you add the 2.5, gets you $126.
Yeah, I was going to
say. Because Billy Big Balls may be wrong on that one, but
he does the afternoon show.
I have such a good feeling on tonight's game that I'm hoping they don't let me down. Like a really good feeling tonight. Like it could be one of those things where you're texting me in the second period going,
"You were right.
You saw this coming," or "What a dope." Oh. I could be getting that text too.
Hopefully the Flyers.
You freaking dope.
And then that way we can continue the party because we've been partying.
How about like 3-0 halfway through the game?
That's an immediate text.
That'd be good.
We have. I understand. I see it on social media all the time. Oh no, you guys want to talk about the Flyers? We've been talking about the Flyers, and we're having fun.
Why?
Because they've been winning.
They've been winning.
Explain it.
But there are a lot of people, Johnny, that don't want them to win. If they win tonight, you mean to tell me if you're one of these I don't want them to win fans, you're not going to get juiced up for this?
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
I encounter people that have that mentality, like that's not what the goal is of this season. This season is to, make sure that you're building for the. If you can somehow build for the future or do whatever it is you're currently doing and still win and get to the playoffs, stop it. Enjoy it.
I would tell you to go back to Danny Briere's press conference for the beginning of the year. They weren't going to spend. They weren't going to go and trade at the trade deadline for older players. They were going to get younger players up.
Right, they were going to make
experience.
moves for the future.
Porter Martone is hopefully going to get up here and play some games. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Tonight, I say big win.
And of course, you can listen to tonight's game live right here on the Fanatic. Everybody have a great day. Amy, you're
Thanks,
the best.
everybody.
Thank
See
you
you
as
guys
always. Middays with Marks comes your way next. Talk to you tomorrow here on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Gearing up for a big week. I'm Connor Thomas.